And we are live. On the last episode, I failed really hard at trying to get Houdini assets back into Unreal Engine with collisions because I don't know Houdini that well, but I watched a couple videos, mostly Indie Pixel. Thank you, Indie Pixel. And he showed how to actually export multiple meshes. I kept trying to merge everything together into one mesh, and that's not how things work, so I fixed that. I got that working. And I started to build some new stuff, and today is the wall with windows, which is it's really basic, but it's really basic. I have to have it working. Making those procedural would be really good, would be very helpful. So I'm gonna make this specific kind of New York City style building facade that everyone builds. I think it's rite of passage for Houdini users, as everyone makes this modular building piece, and then you make buildings, and then you make cities based on I've seen a lot of people taking you take a map from above and you draw out the blocks, and then it just generates the buildings. I think I saw a Ubisoft video from GDC a while ago with someone doing that. Pretty much working up to that level. So I made this situation the other day. Move my Houdini help window that I'll be needing a lot on the third monitor. So each one of these is its own HDA, and it's just a line with every other or two of four selected, and then you move them. Makes a corrugated iron looking thing, and then I stuck them together to try to make this house or slum unit. I don't know if it's PC to call it slums. I can't imagine it is, but then again, there is. When I Google it, this is what comes up. But I just was interested in this yesterday. Couldn't stream, wasn't really working the whole day, but I had half an hour, and I was I wonder if I could make this thing. I mean, I can't imagine making this in another program now at this point. You could definitely make it in whatever, but to have it be this easy to modify, I mean, that's always the thing about Houdini, is it's just so easy to change it after as well. What's up, visual? Yo. Okay, so yeah, I didn't understand how subnets work when it comes to exporting, and to be fair, I still don't understand subnets all that much, but I understand them a little bit better. So I'm gonna make that same wall again. I'm gonna UV it again because I need to just keep learning it. So the big difference is, before we get into anything, is that we make a subnet in general. So this subnetwork, this is what gets exported, and you do that by selecting it and exporting it as an FBX. That's how you're supposed to do it. What's up, Quattro? It's real snowy where I live. I'm in Boston. It's December the 2nd already. Good God. At least version 5.5 is out. But it's snowing real crazy right now. Snow globe outside the window. Oh yeah, this gets exported. So this is the high level owning asset, and this stuff still confuses me, but I like it. I like having a node for everything. That makes me feel comfortable. Now this is gonna be wall window, and man, are we gonna make so many of these. So this is gonna be the beginning of that situation, this generator. I also want to start getting into some terrains, which look pretty easy. It looks everything at Houdini is oh yeah, the that node, and then it just does it for you, and you're I like this. I don't want to be hand painting landscapes anymore. That's not where this goes. Yeah, it is. Just not good at it, and it's not really my thing. I'd rather definitely just grab geodata off the internet, or just something like that, convert it to a height field, do a little bit of some masking on it, and then just drop landscape materials on it with foliage and stuff on it. What are we making? Oh yeah, we're making a wall. This is technically part of wall. I'm gonna make another folder. Wall windows. This is all to be deleted. This is still just learning. Wall windows. Probably there's just gonna be a generic wall eventually for this, but not yet. I gotta make these one at a time, slow style. Okay, so we got this Nothing so far. Wall window. Am I streaming correctly? It is. Yeah, this looks like it's reasonable. Good. So we go into this sub network. This was terrifying the first time I saw it. I was like, what are these nodes? What is this stuff? I don't think I need those. I think you can like, it just like defaults to having them. This is if you start chaining them together, you need to have the inputs. We don't have any inputs, but hey. GeoNode is going to be called wall. I don't know if the windows, I'm going to make it all one mesh, but anyway, this is going to be called wall. And then, well, we're not really going to make it a geo. I'm going to make it a reference, but the way that you get this properly into Unreal Engine is by saying UCX wall 00. So these are like the meshes, which now that I look at it, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Like this is the outliner in Maya. Well, more like this is the outliner in Maya with not showing the full dependency graph. This is an object, like a null. And then these are the meshes. Individually, those are meshes. And I kept trying to pipe into it this like doorway mesh and be like, and try to get it to work with the UCX. But I was ignoring the fact that the C stands for convex, and I was definitely sending it a concave mesh. And it was doing what it was supposed to do, both Houdini and Unreal Engine, and yeah, I was doing it wrong. Which I think I knew at the time. I was just like, it's very unlikely that Houdini 18 and Unreal Engine are doing something wrong. It's as far as something that basic, it's definitely me. So we're gonna make a wall. Now I did this with booleans last time. Man, was this crashing the shit out of Unreal Engine. Now I like the boolean way. So I don't know if I can share the picture. Let me see if I can go find this thumbnail. It's cool with Apple reminders. You can just like stick a picture in it in the reminder. It was a YouTube thumbnail. And it looks simple enough that I could make it. I like things like that. So yeah, so it's like a wall with like X amount of windows, that sort of thing. Like how many we don't know. Depends. Oh god, what's YouTube gonna throw at me? Pretty reasonable. In the morning, they always throw me such weird stuff. Like way out there, like they'll experiment. But by the evening, it's pretty much like all Houdini stuff. Like what I want to be watching. Zupreme is so good. Like best breakdancer right now. So this is called Out of Map. And I don't know what this thumbnail is from. I haven't played Death Stranding with... Wow, really? This is a long-ass thing. Out of Map with Repatri... Is that... No, I don't... This thing, yeah. So this thumbnail, it's so small here. I don't really have a great way of showing it. It's itty bitty. Damn, that's like a higher resolution on my phone. But I saw they served me that, and I was like, that window. Those are. It's a good simplification of a window I was trying to make. And it has like the cornices. I bought 4 of these architecture books by Francis Cheng over there. I read that one like 5 times, and I bought all the rest of his books on Amazon, so I'm gonna read those too. Okay, so it's not a very good thing. You're not gonna be able to see it, but anyway, I want a wall that I can put X number of windows in. I'm gonna just try to figure this out. I'm sure this is like Houdini 101 type stuff, but I like hacking my way through things sometimes. Well, you don't say Geo. Okay, so we're gonna start with a box again. I'm gonna box bool. The booleans are really clean, and I want to see actually how it handles like a ton of them. Okay, and thus it begins. So we're gonna do a null. I mean, last time I built the door, it was fine. The Houdini part was fine. I just was screwing up the collisions, and I got stuck on it. I should have just moved on. I eventually did off-stream move on to something else, and then I figured it out. Wall controls. I was like, I just made the mesh a complex collision, and I was like, it doesn't matter. And I kept designing it out, and this update's almost ready to go out to the world. I made the prefabs and did all this other stuff, and I was like, I should have just fucking skipped this. But I get stuck on things sometimes. I have small doubts. How many years in experience? I've been doing it for like five days. What's up, Reto? Thanksgiving was cool. Thanks for asking. What do we do? I'm so bad with this sister-in-law. Yeah, I just know it's yeah. I went to my sister-in-law's and we all my kids and their kids ran around together and ate turkey. It was cool. How about you guys? Now, okay, so we're just gonna remake this. I'm gonna say wall width, wall width, wall depth, wall depth, wall height. Okay, so where's the separator? Separated. There's also like tabs and stuff, but not good. So the next thing for sure, we have window width, and another one. Where are you? These icons are so small. If you, I tried like a higher scaled UI. I didn't like it. I went back to this. Window height. And the question is actually, well, we're going to get some weird ass windows if you make like 10 of them. Though that being said, depends how much like bounds checking I want this asset to do. What if I want to have like 10 meter windows and the walls are only a meter wide? I'd imagine we crash it somewhere in there. But I'll just expose everything, and then maybe on the HDA I'll do some like bounds checking. I started watching videos on Python with Houdini, and the hole goes deeper into what's possible, because it's like instead of like ever making a node by hand, you just make them in Python, connect all the nodes together. It's like, oh god, that's even crazier. Drop an int in here. I'm gonna say number of windows. But not like that. Number windows. Number of windows. Because that's the real demo, guys. Shrink it, change the wall size, put a bunch of different windows in it, change each window individually. And for sure, the window, I'm going to build this all as one HDA today just to keep the learning going. Definitely the insert of the window should be its own HDA that can like switch out. And I have my ways of making parametric windows already. From the Cinema 4D days. That system worked out pretty well. So this is the wall to start here. Oh, my neck, good God. Oh, no Thanksgiving in Switzerland word. You're not missing much other than my kids had a full week of school off, so I got to sleep a little bit more. Cinematography tutorials? Yeah, someday I'll get back to that. Really, I truly will. Once Cinetracer's like in the point where I can use it like a glorious 3D PowerPoint slideshow. I will. I really will. That's what it's made for. But it's going to be a while. It's going to be a little while. Cabaret Maj just happened. Some of my friends from New York were presenting and... Oh, shit. I haven't really been present in that world for a long time. Hey, what's up? It happens. It happens, yeah. The driveway in the streets? Are you in four-wheel? Just try back. I mean, people understand. It's snowing. You're fine. Just so... You can't back out? You might just have to go chill at like a restaurant. If you can back out, people understand it's snowing. Try to back out slowly and then go somewhere else for a little bit and come back when they plow it. You can't back out? Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I can't see it, but I can imagine. Yeah, well, that's what happens with snow. You know, just go to get breakfast or something if you can get out, and then come back and hopefully they'll plow it. It's because the main street plow, makes the side streets have like huge snow barriers in front of them. We got to buy a Tesla Cybertruck and plow right through it. Yeah, that happens, and then our plow company has to come fix it. Can you back out? I can't. There's nothing physically I can do to help you. I can't like push the car out. Like, oh, go to go to Panera and come back. You can't really. You're not gonna make it through there with a Lexus. And do what? And do what? I'm not shoveling shit. No, no. Yeah, go get breakfast or something and wait for the plow company to come back, and they'll do it because they will. But this what happens. The big plow comes and makes the main street clean, and then it fucks all the other, all the little driveways, and then that's what happens. So sucks. You probably call our local plow people who do the plow stuff for this street. Okay, cool. Can you actually drive over it, but you didn't? Just wait for them to just give it a little bit, and they'll probably come plow it. If not, I don't know. Yeah, call Sally or something like that. Okay, good luck. Bye bye. Snow is fun. Did I try out USD and LOD stuff? What am I supposed to do with USD? Can you import USD into Unreal Engine? I don't think that's a thing yet. I think there anyway. Um and I haven't tried LODs yet. I do the not the Insta LOD. I do like the built-in LODs usually. Okay. So keep lining up this grid cube there. So we will. Well, I'm gonna make the wall the right size. That part's easy, and then I have to design a way of putting n or x number of windows in this thing, which I think I know how that's gonna work out already. It's this one. It's early. What time is it? 8:30. It's not that early. Okay, Cube. So let's look at this in the way that I like to look at things. You need to model things on Z, first of all. I learned that as I was building that house maker. You typically do like copy to points, and then you make the normals all like look at the other points. And so you're basically like drawing things positively down Z, which in Unreal Engine is X. Like, so you're drawing things forward. So my thought is I should probably build this wall on ZY, the positive ZY axis like this. Where I typically make my walls on, in this program, negative X, positive Y. That's how I build them in Unreal Engine, because in Unreal Engine that's whatever. It makes sense in Unreal, but in this program we need to build it on Y into positive YZ so that I can build a house out of this eventually. I think by the end of the month, there's a lot of breaks in December. I could have like one of those like Houdini city demos where you like drag out a whole city and drag the sliders and it builds itself. I don't think it's like that far off. But to do that, we need like a wall that propagates into Z. Or I could just translate the whole thing at the end, which I was doing that before, but it's better just to get it right, I think, the first time. So I'm gonna call width here Z. That's where we're gonna scale it into Z. See how that goes this time, because it was kind of a mess yesterday when I was trying to do this in and not that way. Yeah, it's 0. That's not good. And it's really good to build everything into like the unit, because then keep everything within a 111 cube, and then you just multiply it after. That helps a lot. Oh, lops. What are lops? I'm sorry, I don't remember what lops mean. Lux Matter Studios is a great new YouTube. Oh yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, Lux Matter. I like that they said Lux. That's my tiny reference right there. Lux Matter Studios. Insta subscribe. I don't even have to look at the content. It's a golden rib cage. These thumbnails, though, you have to be quite diligent to make it through a series where the thumbnails are black with text on them, very Halloween colored. Ooh, okay. What is the best software? Understanding stuff. So this is pretty high level and long. Are these podcasts or something? Is it long? Well, I guess I don't know what the... Let's look at this one real quick. It's a lot of sphere.
There you are.
That's a whole shit ton of sphere. But that's cool. I'll check it out. That's 20 minutes of sphere. And this has been 30 minutes of box here. Cube. Okay, so in this case, depth is X. And I've like confused myself. Yeah, height is still Y. This will always be that. Okay, so so I could at this point, like depth would be like 0.2. I'll make my like normal Unreal Engine cube wall here. There is a lot to the math by keeping it centered, because we can then do like axial symmetry stuff. And that's probably how I should do it. And at the end, we just do a transform that does orientation, right? I think almost in all cases, this is better. But we'll see. So the next thing is... Well, I'll make the window. We'll keep it simple, and then we'll do the number of windows, which we don't have yet. So say we do a window that's like 0.5 by 1. Right? So we're going to make the box that represents that, and then we're going to copy the points it down a spline or a grid or something. I don't know what. I'm thinking a line, but the line you end up having to do kind of like... Ooh, I got a new way. Select by range. We'll see. And I'm going to try to keep it like actually procedural. My last one, I actually went and selected the corners of the box, so that was not actually. I just selected stuff. So this is the window opening. Technically, this is the rough opening for it, not the actual window that's going to go in it, or the details of it. I don't know what lapse means. Oh, Solaris. No, I have never rendered I haven't rendered a single image in Houdini yet. I'm still just making like geometry. Is it good? Because I would kind of lean towards Redshift if I was gonna do anything. Rendering wise, I just know the parameters already, and it's like stupid fast. I have never spun up a Redshift render with my 2080 Ti. It's like blasphemy. I'm just gonna make that one. But I haven't done anything. I don't think I can. Holy shit, so loud. I don't think I can go back to CPU rendering. And if I did, I'd probably go to Arnold. I should try it. It's free. I think I got the license of it. As far as I understand, it is that you use a LOP network to build USDs and scenes for Karma to render. I don't know. That's not really my use case for Houdini. Like really, I mostly use it just for the UV nodes and building meshes. It's mostly for the UVs, because it's like, otherwise I have other ways of building procedural stuff like this, but I have no way of UVing it as quickly. There's just no way. So this one, again, it's the same mapping. We will take window width here to be Z in this case. And window height is Y scale. This one. and depth is wall depth like times 2 or something like that because it's a boolean. We might as well give it like some padding. There's no need to have it be right on the dot. That being said, the booleans here seem very clean. I'm still going to multiply this by 2. That'll be fine. Okay, so we have a wall and we have a window, and we need to cut this out. Now, if it's just one window, no biggie. We just bool those two, but we actually need to multiply this by that, calculate the spacing, blah, 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 blah. So let's make it's like geometry and then points in a copy to points thingy. So it's a line. I'm going to call this thing window. I guess I hit caps lock. Window position line. And so we kind of want to take the number of windows requested, put that into how many points it's going to generate, and it's if there's one window, I want 3 points. If there's 2 windows, I want 4. So what's that formula? Is it just this plus 2? Is it always that? So it's like if I want 3, it's 5. Yeah, so it's just number of windows plus 2. I think we'll find out. Plus 2. And so these 2 extra points, so to speak, are the kind of like end caps of it. And I don't think I'm gonna carve it because that didn't work out. I want to keep the scale of it, the length, the width of the wall, and do something else math wise. I think I don't like changing this length, hacking that to be the way. That's what I did for something. What did I make? I don't remember. Was it the door? I don't remember, but I was doing something where should have been just like cleanly copying to points, and it should really just be wall width. This should just be wall width, and we do something else. And that one. So we can't even see this line. And it's the wrong axis, and it needs to be centered, but that's easy. So we are going to go down the old positive z-axis, and this draws itself the way that I like to draw stuff, but I think, well, I can still move the box to have it be going into positive, but we'll see. You're using Redshift and Houdini, yeah. I remember when I was learning Redshift, I was using Cinema 4D at the time, and like all the hardcore Redshift people were like in Houdini. And they'd be like, look at this like forest. It would be like this gigantic map with like millions of trees and like rivers. And I was like, how the fuck did you make that? But now that I've seen the terrain system here, I was like, oh, you make like a height field and you stick trees on the material. And it's like, I mean, there's more to it, but I was like, it's not that bad. Like to get one up and running, it's not like that bad. Copy parameter, and we're going to move you back on Z. Times negative 0.5. That's something we do a lot. Do that a whole lot, that negative 0.5 for centering. I bet you there's like there's a simpler way. Something with the bounding box. Something. That works too, though. So let's see. So we have, let's check out these all together now. I'll template. You can only template one, right? Yeah, so I'll template this box. So there's a centered box with a line that's going to just stay with it as we make it wider. And it's centered, so we'll have an offset, which is just a transform. So that's going to do that. Well, look at our points. We got one point in the middle, so that would spawn a window right there. And if we dupe this up, we get the points for the windows, and they're evenly placed with 2 kind of like end holders. So we then need to do a select of I need to do a range select for this line to pick the points because I only want the middle ones. I don't want the first and last. Oh, good. That's good. They are back. So I don't remember exactly how to select the not that one and the not that one, but I'll see if I can figure that out. Because those are the points we want to spawn those boxes onto, or those windows. What is this shit? What am I looking up? Range, right? No, it's group. What's up? I'm glad you made it back. Group by range. You can have those later tonight, maybe.
But can I have them now?
No.
No, my mom said I could have them.
She did?
Yeah.
If she comes up and get, she can come up and get it then if that's the case. Okay, so we need to select not number 1 and not number last. I think I can do this and this. That didn't do it. What's end? Okay, crap. I thought that was it. Oh, we're selecting primitive. So here's points. So this is offsetting. Okay, so that won't pick 0, and then this won't pick the end. Fucking genius. This with range filter. That's incredible. So now we're only going to put windows on these middle ones. That's good shit right there. That's good stuff. For 8:30 in the morning. So that's gonna look crazy, but let's put it in there. So we're going to now do something. Copy the points. Boom. Too many windows. What? How come it put them on that one though? I grouped this. Oh, I gotta tell it what group to use. Yeah. No entries. Target points. Group 1. Okay. Let's name stuff here. I'm gonna call this one window points. And so then I got to tell this one to use window points. There it goes. So now we have 1 window. Okay, we got to stop. Well, it could have 0. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, forever. And then, it breaks at a certain point. We could, I don't know if it's Python or Vex, but you can definitely, every time you do this, like evaluate, basically make it so that it can't do that. I don't know where you implement that, but it is definitely possible where once you define wall width and you define wall window width, then that limits the max of that. I'll figure that out, especially if we ever bring this back into UE4 in that way. So we have 4 windows now, and we can change their attributes individually like this and how many there are, and you can break it currently. But those will be booleans in a bit, just for the window openings. And we're also going to piggyback this copy to points when we make the actual window that goes in it. And we need technically an offset. We need a window wall offset in the case that it's not centered. I'm going to just leave them centered though. So it's time for the mannequin, because I just don't know how big this is. So we're going to jump back out to objects level. And Tommy, I always get it wrong the first time. It's Tommy. Boom. And you're facing down positive Z, because that's what we do. Look at all those points. So now we're going to give you a scoot on X. Yeah, X. I'm still slow at this. Like, which one is it? It's probably going to be this one. Nope. There we go. So you're that way, and then I'll give you a 90. Negative 90. There we go. So there's our little reference. So now we can hop back out. Yeah, it's in my closet. You got to move the sound panel. Nah, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably all that crap that we have to clean out of it. It's my thought. It's my guess. Okay, so I do want to kind of put this window up on the real, like up off the ground temporarily. Or just forever. Nah, let's keep it centered. Just gotta figure out like what dimensions. This is like the worst reference in the world right now. You could pull the thumbnail off of that. I'm not gonna go to the website though right now, because those are not so good. It's like, how big is that wall? That wall is 4 meters with 2, and has a weird bottom trim on it. It's kind of odd, but I like the window itself. It has like one kind of like almost, yeah, it's like one nicer than the ones I was making as far as like the window, what are they called? Pediments, the top of the windows. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and say that there are 2 on the one I'm making. Worst reference ever. Maybe 3. Maybe 3. but they're kind of tall windows, right? In like a 2-to-1 type way. Like this is 1 by 2, and I don't feel this spacing. And now that I look at this spacing, this is not correct, right? Like I would probably want even spacing between these, and that's not what we have. So I haven't done this quite correct yet. So with 1 window, perfect. 2, right? We have more space on the sides than we do the middle, and then 3. Yeah, so it's not quite right. So what we do, I am going to end up like artificially shrinking it in again. That's what I was doing before. Is you take this length now. I keep wanting to keep it full length, but it's not going to, I don't think that's going to work. I have to take the window's width, I think something like divided by the number of windows, and subtract that from both sides. And then you get even padding between them. Or I just accept that it looks like this for now. That's all that would happen. All the rest of the modeling and the math is fine. But they're too close to each other. Like this looks crazy. I don't like it. But even this rough generating even this wall with like these window cutouts and is pretty helpful. I need to figure I need to get the placement of this better. Or do I? Or maybe I should make that a control. Okay, so I am gonna so I kind of want to leave that line all the way there and then modify it after. I guess that could be scaling it. Scaling it would also, like, I want to modify it. I don't want to like I want it to be the length for some reason, and then modify it so that it's drivable. That's one thought. And what do we even call that? It's something like, if I carve it, it doesn't, it like cuts it off or something. Carve didn't seem like the way. Let me just throw a carve in there actually, and let me remember what's happening here. I mean, it looks like the right thing, but there's something with the points that's kind of. So say we do, oh, it's normalized. I did figure this math out eventually. It normalizes itself. Okay. Oh, it's 1 minus, so 0.9. So how many points are there? Like, where are my points? Yeah, okay, this happens. But that still might be okay. What's up, H? So I could do this. Nah, that's not gonna be it. So when you carve it, it's like we want to scale it essentially. We want to scale it in. So it's not carve cuts it off, but leaves the middle points the same, but it brings in the sides. Yeah. So I remember that doesn't work, but I wanted to remember. We really are talking about. I remember having this exact. Like my brain doesn't instantly see this. It always takes me like 2 steps to get it. It's because our windows are centered. That's why. It's because the windows are centered. It's part of the reason. Like, because this does, if they were edge aligned, it would be like this is a whole segment, that's a whole segment, and there's 3 windows. But we're center aligning it to middle points. And because of that, we have to subtract half of the window's width here. And there. Though if I shrink this, that's not the way either. This edge point selection works. It doesn't quite work. If I shrink it in, then we are. No, wait a minute. Then we only do +1. Wait a minute. If I do 2 of these, let me change the formula. If I do it this way and I shrink these in, we're only grabbing this one. So what is that one? That's a placeholder for like. Oh, I see. because it's center aligned. Like if we wanted to fill this completely. So we're going to move this one in half of the window width, half of the window width, divided by, I believe, divided by the number of windows, which in this case is 1, which would center it here, center it there, center it there. Yeah, multiplied by the number of divided by the number of windows because it gets smaller. And we're still doing the like exclusion of the ends, which I don't know if that's going to work. I could also scale and have it as like a how much do you scale it by kind of parameter. Scaling this whole line. That's a little bit more math than I want though. It's like a lot easier just to do this one. So let me just try to do this one. So it's length. What did I say? Minus something. And it's okay. This is still gonna be wrong. Well, I gotta re-center it. Okay, so it's something with the window width. Where are you? Window width. Come here. Copy parameter. Everything's all one out. Oh no, we got some different. So it's not tricking ourselves yet. So we are going to subtract a full window and then recenter. I don't think that it's because the window width is 1 that this might work. But let me then recenter this. So then we're going to be center. I should be using the bounding box thing, shouldn't I? It should be like bounding box divided by 2, isn't it? Is that okay? Let me see. Let's not tie it to this, because then the math gets more. Bounding box does a lot more of the stuff for me. I'm thinking 0. Oh, it's string. I thought it was no. Isn't it 0? We're looking for z max, z size. What's max? What's the difference between size and max? Oh, I get it. Yeah. So in this case, I think max will actually work. dz max. What's spelled the right way? Nope, that's not it. What is dz max? Or is this just not happy at all? Is it d size, z size? It is not. So we just translated its size. Was it size times 0.5? That was. Okay, you can't do it that. No, you can't feed it that. Okay, so we got to do like. That's not working. It's probably 0 is what's happening. Is that not how we do bounding box stuff? Bounding box. Let me clear this channel. B-box. Surface node is an int, isn't it? What is surface node? Don't you put 0 and then the type? There's also centroid. I remember you're supposed to do something with I didn't need to go back to school on this one. I thought, isn't it 0 and then the thing, then the type? dz max. How come that didn't work? Surface node. 0 usually means like if you have an input. Do I have an input on this one? Not really. Is it geocell for this? Do you see the sci-fi generator, which was featured on 80 level? Yeah, I think I follow that person on Twitter. There's not that many people on the internet making Houdini content. There's probably like 50 or something like that. I think I saw that one. And then them Black Friday spamming me to death with it, but that's Black Friday. What is surface node? What is this thing? Are you geoself? That's the only other thing I know how to put in here, and I don't think that's for real. Like, damn it. I just need to look at bounding box over here. I'm gonna just look at bounding box. In the help. That's not how you spell bounding box. Bounding box. Oh yeah, we're just gonna write B box. Right? Because that's a vex thing. B box. Expression. Give me examples. Damn it, it doesn't it's the same exact thing. It's 0. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Something with centroid too. There's lots of ways of centering this object. I'm just not good at it. Okay, so 0 D. It goes away, so I can't. It's over here. So D Z max. Okay, so we do have a warning. What did I do? What's wrong, bro? Okay. 0 in parameter. It doesn't like me throwing it 0. Doesn't like 0. That's what I thought it was. Is it geo self? I don't feel that comfortable throwing that in here, like, but maybe. And even worse warning. You can't do this. Unable to, yeah, we can't do the, no, it just doesn't like it at all. Okay, you know, I'm about to just do it the shit way. Well, not the shit way, it's just like the more complicated way. I'm just gonna do this here and then multiply it by 0.5, so that's fine too. I mean, that's like pure parameter. The other one has like an evaluation element to it, so okay. For safety, this is the width. That's the bounding box Z max, that value, times 0.5. It's negative 0.5, so there you go. That does it too. So now it's centered, but we need to, well, yeah, the bounding box is cleaner because if I change this, then I'd have to change this too. So I'll try to get the bounding box working. Perhaps it needs to be to be in a transform node. I don't know. In Incident Tracer, can we import our own character models and animations? No, that's not possible. That wouldn't be possible even. I'd have to release the modding kit, which it's not. We're not ready to write a modding kit for it. But in like the future, if you had Character Creator in Unreal Engine and our modding kit, you do it exactly how I do it. You would basically generate a Character Creator model, bring it into Unreal Engine, you know, make an instance of our character class and then hook it up and then export as like a U asset or something, and then we load it at runtime. I haven't tried that workflow yet. What's up, Abdul? Okay, so this thing is centered, and let us show the copy to points of what's going to happen here. So in this case, right, we've basically made space to have this exact window here and there. So there's the exact amount of space we need to have for them together. We're still doing it wrong. That's still not right. Then it's like, stuff sucks to program. But this is like pretty core. So okay, so what we have to do now is, I suppose we define, like, this is like our zeroed out point, kind of, and then we define like the padding width. Like, I basically just compensated for the fact that this is centered. Like we adjusted it in half it, and it's so now these are like, this is space for 4, but there's 2, and then you got to add, I think this is still wrong. is like how much space in between them is there? I should have drawn this in Photoshop first. So it's a good, I mean, this is a good way of visualizing it too. So that's not it. For some reason I thought that was going to land on it. Do we have to define it? I want I guess I don't know what I want the margins to be. That's the issue. It's kind of undefined in my head how I'm doing this math. So okay, we're going to fucking Photoshop. I can't do this. Without it. I don't know how I want the windows to be. I could just go back to the way it was, but I want control over it because, again, I'm going to use, presumably, you know, theoretically, I'm going to use this HDA to generate every single wall that has windows in it that I ever use in the game. So it's good to get the controls in there. And this initial Houdini startup pane is just what happens with new programs. And this part isn't Houdini. This is just my inability to think without seeing it first. And I'm going to draw by hand, which isn't going to help things look legible. Can you make a list of your recommended beginner tutorials? Tutorials for what? For Cinetracer or for something else? Oh, my Wacom tablet's disconnected. Fuck. It's because the cable for this stupid Wacom tablet's so short. I need a USB extender. Okay, god damn it. So I'm going to do this with a mouse? Jesus, this is not good. I can't think with my right hand. My left hand turns on a certain part of my brain that my right hand doesn't, so fuck, this is not going to work for me anyway. But we have... What do I want? With one window, it's centered, right? And what is that? I don't know how to define that, but it's centered. With two, what do I want? Like if we're doing this, we want even spacing. I know what it is. It's this. What is this unit? I want that to be here. And I want that to be here. So what we're doing is we're taking the window width. We're taking window width times the number of windows. And we're going to take the wall width. This is already pretty shit-tastic diagram right here. But we're going to take the wall width. You look at all these W's, fuck. Wall width minus the number of windows times their width. And then we get the remainder. And we're going to... This gives us... like the negative space or whatever, like whatever this is, like this remainder. We want these to be the same, these margins, right? So that equals like the total like the total margin. How about that? Well, total margin. Man, I can't. My right hand is hurting. We have the total margin, and then there's going to always be number of windows plus 1. Margins. So we're dividing this by number of windows plus 1 to get the margin, you know, equals like the unit margin. Oh boy. Unit margin, blah blah blah. So then what do I do with unit margin, right? So I kind of want to point here. Well, so if I'm copying to points, it's... What is this math? So this is... Because these windows are centered, there's this half width here. There's the point there. And then this is W divided by 2. As far as distances. And then there's a point here. So what is common about this half? If I divide these by halves, is that what's the common unit? Is if I divide these in half here? So I could do this. I could draw this line with this many points on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What the hell is that? That's 2 times 5 plus 1 or something? What the fuck is that? That's a weird... Now I'm not confused myself. I'm trying to do this with a line and a point then. So if I draw those points, then I select every... There's some formula for picking what that point is to spawn it on from the range, the group by range after. But I've identified that I want even margins or control of those margins. What happens when I increase that though? And what is this? It looks funny because I drew this one too wide. What is that math? So there's 1. So what is that point? It's 0. I'll 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's rough. That's going to be a hard select. Oh, this is tricky. This is why I couldn't do it. So I kept thinking that this X was related to W. It is, but in through not a very straightforward way. I mean, I can't visualize that relationship. So it's like, what? How am I? What is this? How do I draw this point? It is. It's like the margin. It's the margin. It's the unit margin plus half the width. That's what it is. So it's unit, because that's now known. So we draw a point that's like 0 margin unit plus half width plus unit. No, but the distance between these two is not that. What the? And I think it matters if there's an even or odd number of windows. How this math rolls out. Really? I wouldn't. That doesn't feel good to have to write like a different formula. Is there's something with like? What if there's 3? Let me just draw it real quick. 1 is a bad use case. Bad math case. So if there's, not gonna be able to draw this. 1, wow. 2, 3. Every person that programmed Revit had to do this at one point. And hopefully I won't have to ever do this again, though I'm sure I will. So we're gonna have our, our margin. We want these to all be the same. Or at least I want the math for it. And then we have our half window, and our half window. So these numbers are not like directly related. It's all relational to W. Oh, Houdini tutorials? Indie Pixel? That's like, I watch all of his. And then there's the Houdini YouTube channel itself. Perhaps you can work with 2 lines, top and bottom of the windows. I'm not sure what that means. I'm gonna also call this W. So we're going from 0 to margin plus half window plus margin. What the fuck am I thinking? What am I? No. So if it's an edge window, if it's the first one, it's a margin plus half the width. Then to go to another window, it's margin plus a full width of the window. And then to go to the next one, it's also margin plus a full width. And then at the end, it's half plus margin. So it's not that it's even or odd. It's if it's the first and last, or it's a middle case. That's the difference. Is that if it's the 0th or the last of the windows, it's M plus W over 2. And then if it's this middle case one, it's just M plus W. Which these are my initials. These are my initials. And then it's M plus W over 2 for this end case. And these better as fuck add up to big W, or else we done it wrong. So, that's a line with like funny distribution. And what it might be is that it's a line divided up by M plus W, and then we carve off. Nah, that's not right. Or is it? What is this? What are these distances then? Right? What are these half distances? We just wrote it. They're different, right? But they're different by half a W. No, are they? Yeah, like this is not like, say this is 1. That's not a good way to say it, but 1. These are less than 1, these side ones. So could we carve off? But are they even? I can't see this for some reason. But like if I carve off artificially these are still wrong. Like that's not going to be right. This is too much thinking for whatever morning it is. So it's not a carve. If I carve it, these don't change. And if they don't change, why would I have to carve it? Like, this is wrong. I need to scale. That's what I'm trying to, like, do I scale this into here? No. Man, I can't figure this shit out. Maybe the points to this two is not the way in this case. I mean, it's like how I want to implement it, though. So how do I make these the same? Because, like, a line has an even segmentation. I want to use that, but can I alter that to make it work for this behavior that we have? We have a full W missing, right? Because we have m plus w divided by 2, m plus w divided by 2. So we're missing altogether. These are a full W. And that's what I was doing before. So I was taking this with subtracting the window size. But then when you distribute them evenly, they're not even because the point distances are different, even though the margins are the same. So we could possibly... Oh, I almost see what you were saying with two lines. I could draw a line that is... There's just no even segmentation for this. It doesn't because we want the middle point. You know what we do? We just draw a fucking vex line. That's what we do. We'll just do this in vex. How about that? It's not the even line anymore. That's what it is, isn't it? It's going to be just draw the points in vex and use this formula. Doesn't it seem like the way to do it? You could have one line top where the points in the middle make the window. That line is copied an x distance to the bottom for the height of the window. You're probably saying something that I don't get. I always watch these VODs back and I'm like, oh yeah, that was a good idea. But like in the moment, I can't always integrate that into this. A line top where the points in the middle make the window. I think I'm going to vex line this thing. I'm going to @wrangle it. I'm going to @wrangle this thing. That's the only way I can think of it. So then we're not even using a line anymore. We're like we're just drawing the points, which I think is probably fine too. And then we don't need this group range because we're just going to only draw the points we need. That's not true, actually. We're going to... It's a good practice anyway. So let's drop this line out of here and we're going to do an add. @wrangle. Boinks. So we got a whole lot of nothing going on right now. So I think I don't have to do anything for that. This one we need to say do it once. Okay. And we are going to then pull in some variables into this. So the variable dance in this was not long, or not many. We have the total wall width. We need the window width, and we need the window count. And the rest of it is, that's it. That's all we need. So I need a float wall width equals channel ... slash wall controls. It's not autofilling, so maybe I screwed this up, but wall width. I need to get better at typing that. Did that work? Float window width equals channel wall controls window width. Again, not autofilling. I wonder if this is wrong. And then we have an int. I wonder if we're gonna have to cast to float. I don't know, whatever. Num windows equals channel wall controls slash, I don't know what I called this thing. Probably number windows. So it never auto-completed, so I don't really know if I have those values yet, but num windows, yeah? What's up with that? I've never seen this underscore thing. I get problem. Give this a yeah. What's wrong, at wrangle? Oh, casting. Yeah, that's exactly what I was worried about. Float. Fixed it. Okay, so we're going to draw how many points? It's going to be, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's number of windows plus 2. But I'm not really making an array anyway, so that's whatever. So let's vector out the endpoints. I mean, these are known. These are just like 0, 0, 0 width. It's the middle ones we have to hit correctly. How am I going to do that? This is a for loop. God damn it. I forgot this number changes. Damn it. This is not that hard. Okay, so let's do the first one. That's really easy. I'll switch this shit into this editor. Okay, first point. Okay, we're gonna say point 1. This is a vector. Point 1 equals set 0, 0, 0. That's a good one. Then we have a for loop that's int I equals 0. I is less than number of windows, probably, right? We draw the first one, and then it's the number of windows. I hate for loops. Okay, so then it's like gonna do, I think it's just less than number of windows. If we draw one too many, then it's windows minus 1. That's how I figured this out. Frickin' Houdini has me type in C++. Okay. So, if, I have not done if loops. I haven't done if in here yet. If I equals 0, don't know if this is how if statements work here. If it's 0, we're calculating only one axis. So we'll call that can you initialize a variable in a for loop? I'll just make it out here. I don't know. This is a float temp distance. Yeah, that doesn't feel very good. Equals 0. So we're calculating that per. If it's the first one, it is m. We have to calculate margin. Let's calculate margin first. Total margin. We'll calculate them all. So we're going to say float total margin equals, what is total margin? Width, wall width, so it's going to be wall width minus window width times num windows. And I don't trust how, there we go. I need to start printing this stuff. I need to see these values. I guess I can make them like attributes and then look at the spreadsheet. Okay, so that's the total margin, and then I need the unit margin. So float unit margin equals, what was it then? That divided by the number of windows plus 1. Total margin minus? No, divided by num windows plus 1. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so now we any of these could be wrong. Like I can't, I need to start printing. How do this won't come in the Python shell. Where can I print this to? Where does printf go? Well, we'll see how bad this goes first, but so we have all those things, and so the first one is, if it's the first one, I need these edge cases using the for loop int I. If it's 0, it's the first one. It's going to be, we're going to need to store these. I need an array. Fuck. Okay, this has turned out to be way harder than I thought it was going to be. It's margin unit plus width divided by 2, which we have already. I am going to calculate I'm going to cache those as well because that's something that's consistent. So we're going to make something called, so those are the unit margins. But now I want I'm going to call it offset. We're going to call it offset for the edge equals something. And then we have the offset for the middle, which are the middle windows. And so that calculation is M, so it's unit margin plus window width divided by, it's pretty safe to go division here. But still, I'm still going to over parenthesis it. And then this one is just window width plus unit margin. So unit, I spelled margin wrong, plus window width. Because we might as well cache that because it's like, I don't have to calculate it every time. It's also easier to program. You can make a grid overlay to copy the windows to that point of the grid. But what's the difference between a grid and a line in this case? It's just because that like the distribution of the window points isn't even. It's off by the ends, and I couldn't figure out the math to take a line with an even distribution and cut it off. Though I think I just figured it out in my head. The even distribution is M plus W. That's what all the middle ones do, and the end cases you just take off. You just take off half the thing. How come that didn't work before? Anyway, I still want to just write this. This is like a lot of this is just like an exercise in just problem solving with Vex and Houdini. I think I just figured out what it is. It's the common one is W plus M. That's what every middle one will do. And then in that case, that will draw it here and here, and you carve it off. Fuckers. That's all it is. Well, I'm still going to write this. I want to see if I can do this just for me. Because things we'll have cases where this gets more complicated and I have to end up here anyway. I'm going to do both solutions. We'll look at both. There's a whole lot of typos that could have happened so that all of these are like, but so far we're compiling, I think. Where is this at node? There it is. Yeah, we're still compiling, so doesn't keep the math right. So if I equals 0, we're on the first one. And in that case, we're going to be using the edge offset, the offset edge. Do I need to store these? I don't even know. Am I just going to straight draw it from this for loop? I have to. So I have to draw it. We've already cached the distance. Oh, son of a bitch. This is not. How do I get the next distance? Well, I can do this first one anyway, because it starts at 0. I need to cache this though. So this is going to be offset edge plus window width divided by, we have this calculated. It's offset edge, right? It's offset edge. So say we draw this. Can I do this? I'm going to do add point 0 set. I'd rather do this in a function separately than this, or not a function, but like a call before it. Offset edge is actually, it's going to be 0 0 offset edge. I think that's okay. I think we're missing a ender, so that will draw the first one like that. Is it if else? I haven't done if loops, so this if loops. God, I keep saying that. Whatever these are, if statements. Miss blueprints. If I equals num windows minus 1, that's the end, right? In blueprints, you can say last index, which I like. You could probably call for last here. If I equals if we're the last one, oh, it's both actually, but it's offset. Good fuckers. Okay, so it's I'm gonna just do it as math. I'm not gonna cache it. It is the first one times the full offset times the number of windows minus 1. Well, we know the last one, actually. The last one I can just draw without calculating it. We just draw the last one on its own. I could have just drawn the first one on its own. What the fuck am I doing with my life right now? What am I doing here? This is wrong. This is already wrong, actually. The first and the last one are just known. We're only calculating the inside one. So if we do this one, if it's 0, we don't do anything. That's really the case. We'll just draw that on its own. It's if it's the first one. This is the second point. Math, programming. Yeah, so if it's the first one, it's 0, 0, 0, 0. That's this. Too many zeros, probably. If it's the second one, it's this one. So that's the known. This is that's this one. If it's the second one, the first index, it's that one. I don't want to keep doing this one, actually. I kind of want to try the carved version of it, where the unit is this. Oh, no, that's still not going to be right. Or is it? If I center it, if I take the line, nah, I still think this is kind of the way to do it. This is the more painful way, though. Okay, we drew the first point. We also know the last point is just 0, 0 wall width. However, if this is the first one, what if there's no windows? This is the thing where like all those line nodes and stuff like that, they have all these really great edge case things where like if there's none. Well, if there's no windows, this loop doesn't run. If there's one window, 0th, this will also do nothing. Oh, damn it, there's edge cases for this, right? Like, what if number of windows is 2? We draw the first one. That's right. Then we're going to draw the next one. And then we don't draw the last one. If there's only one of them, we draw this point. Then it's going to be the margin plus half of it. And then we don't draw the last one. Nah, we're still okay. I think. It's if index equals 1, it's the second unit. Then we're going to add a point 0 set. Let's just look at that. So that will draw what? I don't even know. Let's just go look at that. Where's that freaking line? Where are you? Where's the points? Is this even drawing anything? Let me draw this point too. I am going to attempt to do this with, using a carve or something. I kind of have it in my head now, what it should look like. Okay, so we're going to draw this. So where are these points? Are they even here? I have to like apply this, right? Apply, accept. Oh, okay, here's the bads. What? Total margin. Wow, what's wrong with you? Oh, good God. Okay. Referenced an undefined. Okay, we're probably just spelling things wrong. Total margin. Okay. Is this crashing on a compile of a vex thing? You are not crashing. You are slow as fuck right now. What's going on here? This is crashing. Is it this for loop that's like just going on forever? Does this never end or something? Did I break? I swear this is frozen now. This is working, but this vex thing is completely dead. I broke it. Less programming would be just to move cubes to Boolean. So just move cubes to Boolean along the line. Yeah, I don't quite see the geometry way, which is why I'm programming it. But you probably got something there. This is crashed. I crashed this. with this for loop or something. This is why I don't do C++ in Unreal Engine, by the way. I think we're crashed. Can I like hit escape or something? Yeah, this feels to me like I'm looking at that for loop and I'm like, when you fuck for loops up, usually it would like oh yeah. Yeah, we're just running that for loop. Something's going on over there in that order of magnitude. So I don't like pointers and I don't like for loops. I like for each. I guess I could like preset the size of the array and then do a for each through it. It just makes sure that you're not calling outside of it and you're not, recursively calling itself. I don't like call anything in there, but just like when you're off by like 1 on an index, then all of a sudden you're like running the for loop forever. And yeah. Oh god, did I lose all of that? Oh motherfucker. This is programming. This is why I do blueprints in Unreal Engine. Yeah. It's because I was in the editor, and when you save in the editor, it doesn't push it here. And so I think I was spamming Control Save, but it wasn't actually saving it. And then when I pushed it, it crashed it, and then I lost it. The programming. I mean, I've sorted the math, I think. This is it. It's like the edge, then you go to the next one, then the next one, and then the last one. That's all it is. But, writing it out does take a little bit. We were on the way. I crashed it somehow. Sucks. But if I want to look at this like simpler, it sounds like Redo has a better way, but I can't put it together yet. Is that there's a consistent distance of the consistent unit is MW. Like that's the line. That's the, like if you took the width and you divided by MW, the distance in between them here would be fine, but we would be starting this one a half too far in. And then this one would be, I don't know, maybe right up against, it would be right up against the wall. So it would be offset by one whole window, but the distances between them will be fine. And so all we have to do is, do we really just have to offset it by 1? Let me try it that way first. And then I kind of wish I had completed that Vex one, but I also do not feel like rewriting that now at all. Okay, so let's take this line. And what have I done to this so far? The points, what did I write in here? Well, sure is not, wait a minute. That's the number of points. That's fine. Wait a minute, so that doesn't, wait, what? We don't control distance on the line. It's just going to evenly divide it. The Vex way I think was fine. You can carve it, then delete everything except for 0. And copy the cube to point 0. Along the line with the carve node. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But then how do I get the number of points? What am I modifying? To get MW, to get this, what am I'm changing what I'm dividing this by, right? God, this is turned into a math day. I'm looking for these 3 points. Well, 5. But this one is really here. Like if this is an even unit. I liked the Vex way. I liked drawing the lines with the formula. If it didn't crash, I think we were like mostly there. Yeah, my brain just can't see this one. I mean, this margin concept, I'm going to be doing this a lot. This is for like, what if I want door? What if I want to be like window, door, window? You know what I mean? Like it's going to be the same dance. So I need to nail this kind of just conceptually. So for width, I was going to go type in how far apart each line is. It doesn't work that way. It's just the width divided by the points. So what am I doing to this to get MW? Am I just subtracting? This one is shorter, so we're adding to it. We're doing like this. And then this one is actually, like if we did MW, it would be a half longer on both sides. So am I doing what I was already doing? I'm basically just going to subtract a full width. That's it. I take the width and I subtract one window width from it, and that's the length. I think that's what I had already done, and it doesn't look right. But let me look at this expression. That's the offset. Where's the length? Damn it, that's exactly what I did in the beginning, isn't it? It is. I took the wall width and I subtracted the window width. Damn it. I mean, that didn't look right. But anyway, so then we divide it by how many? We're doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Windows plus 1. What the hell? Okay, so that... Okay, I'm back to exactly where I started. Those are not what I want. Wait, did I didn't carve this yet, did I? What's going on with this? How come this is already pre-carved? No, it's just selected. It's just selected. But that's not where I want them. How come this line... I'm modifying this already. At min 7. I don't know what that's referring to. That's like what I did in the beginning, or is that like a suggestion programming-wise? I don't even know anymore. This is just centering it. This is a group range. What is that point? How come this isn't the full width anymore? Is that what I wanted? Oh yeah, we subtracted half of it. So is it not... These are these MW now? And this is half? God, I can't do this. I don't know why. I cannot figure this out. So what are my... Let me look at my feeding parameters or whatever these are called. What are we feeding into this? That's not what I wanted. I want this. What are we giving this thing? I did it wrong again. It's this one. I wanted the Vex way. That was going to work. That's like brute forcing it. It just crashed. Except I suck at for loops and I don't know how you do if statements in Vex. Like, is this the right spacing? I don't feel confident in that at all. I think you can see the... Oh, I can't see the link. Sorry. Procedural walls part 2. Adding doors to our walls on side effects. Oh. I kind of want to also keep just like banging my head against this, but I'll look at that. Oh, at minute 7.
And we'll say delete non-selected. There we go. So now we have this point that moves along the curve.
So a carve is the idea. I just didn't do it correctly. It's a line with points in a carve. Is the simple way of not having to program it out.
Seems pretty. You'll notice that we don't have any normals applied to this. Turn the points, and we're gonna check.
Yeah, you polyframe to change the normals to do that. Which I don't know what the hell polyframe is. I just do that. Just copy and paste it.
Faster. So there's many ways you can actually do it. You can see that it is actually. So let's see.
But this did that. He's not distributing. I'm trying to implement margin essentially. I have the am I gonna just revex this thing? Because the point is like there. How come? What am I trying to do? Oh, I need to move it. Is that what it is? Do I need to move it? 1 second. I'm centering the line. Maybe that's not the move. Do I move it over? So what is... I'm looking at this point. I need to probably start working in numbers. That would help me. Because I'm working in like, variables. If I just commit this to 4, what should this first point be? And how do I have to hit that? How do I have to get that? Right? So it's like, I'm looking at this point. Is this that? Nah, there's no way. We drew that point, is what it feels like to me. But we want to draw it here. Or oh, wait a minute. But is the second point the right one? It's not, because I've already done this, but let's just see why we're wrong. Man, I have gone in a big old circle so far. Where's my box? Where's the window? Get in there. Exactly where I was a second ago. Though I figured out the math. I just crashed the fucking Vex editor. I kind of want to store the MW, the margin, as an attribute so I can like look at it here. How come there's nothing in there at all? There's no geometry at all. But like I want to know, is this right? And then what am I doing to offset it? Like, so basically like these are too close together is what it comes down to. Like this should be a little bit this way, this should be a little bit that way. Man, I suck at this super hard. I'm gonna do it once a fucking again. It's because I can't use my Wacom tablet. That's why. That's the problem. Let's look at the easiest case. This wobbly ass window right in the middle. Does this concept still work? The margin. We take... What was the formula? We're going to take the width. My formula is width minus the windows. Oh, just times how many? Yeah, so just 1. So it's just like the width minus that gives you total margin, and you divide that by the number of windows. Plus 1. Right, and that's going to give you M. And then we have the half window mark. And then we have a full M. And that's the thing, is that like I originally, like, so if we only, if we only did it by window width, we don't get clean margins, and like throws off how I want to design the buildings. So M, and the other thing is the window is, so what if I edge align the windows? That can make my life any easier. Not really, because then what's the distance to the next one? Anyway, so that doesn't really help me. It's still the same concept. It does work with one window. So then look at this one again. I need to like... I need to add it and carve it. I need to add it to this one. The length isn't minus a full window, it's plus a full window. And then when you do this one, I need to look at that Vex a little bit closer, but let me check that out. It's you add it, you overdraw it and carve it back. I was underdrawing it and carving it back. That's it. This is how you fucking do it. God, that took me... How long was this been? An hour 30? It's embarrassing. Front? No, it's the side because we're drawing down X. We're drawing down Z. Let's look at the left window. I know there's probably a shortcut for this I should learn. This is it, I think. It took a long time to figure out. Is that right though? Is this that feels right? Like it looks close enough. I was underdrawing it. I was trying to carve it with the line length, and then I carved it again. You have to draw it evenly and carve it back in. I was carving something that had already been carved, basically. This looks right to me. Let's see if we can break it. That looks pretty good. God damn it. It was well, there it is. And then if that's not right, that's close enough. That's it. That's fine. God, that was ridiculous. Wow. I had it right, and it was a fucking plus sign or a minus sign. I'm gonna just save this setup here. I have to figure that out again. Actually, I hope if I go and do this next week, I figure it out faster. That would be even better. That was it. God damn it. Anyway, there's the booleans, I think. Right? Like, so what I was doing, I finally got it with this diagram. It's like, what is the unit? How do you manipulate W to give you that unit and then cut away from it? I was eating into it, and I was trying to carve it with the line width, but you have to overdraw it. You have to draw what it is before the carve and then pull it back in. Did it, I think. Off center aren't possible like that? I'm not sure. I don't know. Math is always handy. It's always good. What do you mean off center? Off center aren't possible? Then I could give the whole thing like an offset somewhere. But this is what I wanted. Like, this is like what my brain goes to when doing Windows. And then I can start to like artificially, like, not artificially, but I can parameterize, like, maybe I want the edges to be even further, and I can do something, which I'm not going to do. But okay, that was painful. This is wrong too. The number of windows is wrong. We only have one, so I got to go tweak something. But it's basically, is it this range select is wrong? I don't know, but hooray, I think we got it. I'm gonna be right back though. I'll see you in a little bit. We don't have enough windows. What's going on here? So we are off by 1 on the number of windows. That's perplexing. So that is, oh god, it's the plus 2. Uh-oh. Okay, that's not so bad. Too much windows. We're gonna get math patterns if we go overboard. So, okay, Jesus. 0, 1 centered, 2 even margins, 3 even margins, 4 even margins. Completely fills it because it's the unit. It's a 1 wide but 4. So that's perfect too. There's no space when it perfectly fills it, which that might come in handy depending how I model the casement windows, but this is good. That's the math. God, that took way too long. So there's windows, Jesus. Oh man, so UVing this. Okay, so UVing this, we now need to like get serious about procedurally selecting the inside of the windows. I think I'm gonna look for an AB seams and then try to promote that to a polygon selection. We tried to. Who was it yesterday? Oh, it was John. Yeah, I was like, he's like, you should select the faces by normals. I was like, I don't know how to do that. So I do have the issue of UVing this in the way that I want to, but I'm gonna move on to just the geometry. So couple things with that. This is gonna have an interior, unlike 90% of the demos you'll see in Houdini in any program. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm just making a facade generator. That's not that cool. But if you're only generating one side, this whole thing's much easier. If you have to also generate the it's twice as hard, and that's probably more like 6 times as hard because then you have different materials for it. But we could just make a facade generator. That would. I don't really give facades in Cinetracer. It's not that helpful, right? Everything's an interior exterior set, but I'm gonna draw the inner window, and then the pediment, and then the footer, the apron. I'll draw the inner window. That's kind of like the next move here. So this will cut it out. I guess let's just complete it and make it a Boolean though. Yeah. So these are the rough openings here. That's the window opening dimension, and we're gonna Boolean. Boom, boom, boom. Wrong type of Boolean though. Subtract. There. Now that's interesting that it dropped that line there. Oh, and up there too. Why? It's not a quad. Like why? It'd still be fairly easy to UV this, but it needs that, huh? Oh, and there's a line connecting those too. Assume seam. What are these things? No, doesn't matter. Oh, that's the copy. That's the wrong one. No, that was the right one. Subtract AB edge length threshold. That's interesting. And then I can output the primitives and the edge groups. Ooh, the primitives. Never mind. These primitives, I can probably get these loops, these inner loops from those, and those get UV'd specifically. So I'll put these groups and then I'll use them as UV selections later because that'll give me all of them procedurally. But that line, I guess that's okay. I mean, if it was going to do it, I'd just want it on like every corner or something like that, or like cut this in half and then do nice boxy quad corners to all this. Like if I drop a subdivision right here and then just do corners, it's all quads. Not that it matters for this. I'm not going to deform this, but it's like unsatisfying topology for that. That's probably like the most minimal way you could do like a clean Boolean. Could I bevel? Could I bevel with this still here? Like bevel this window? I'm not going to, but anyway. So we're gonna do the inner casement window, and I'm gonna do the. I think technically, when you do a rough opening, the apron, like a foot apron, is actually in the opening. It's not down here, though. I'm gonna draw it not like that because that would be much harder to cut. Everything would be much harder if I draw the apron in the opening, then it makes things much worse for me. So I'm gonna draw the actual window casement. Okay, so we have the wall and the rough opening. It took way too long to figure that out, but so then the question is, what's the best way to draw them little windows? Those are double hungs. Kind of, well, double hung is I'm gonna make just a casement window. It doesn't have the double hung aspect of it, though that does look nice in that configuration. So it's basically like a cube with the faces inset, blasted, and then bridged together. There's probably an even easier way to draw that. It's like a cube with a cube cut out of it. I have to UV these things. Well, that we could also just Boolean. It's a big Boolean day. Or inset, blast the face, and then connect the edges. Or just Boolean it. I guess I'll just fucking make a Boolean. That seems pretty easy. So far I haven't run into anything other than it crashes Unreal Engine that where the Booleans are an issue. I don't know if that's Unreal or like what I did, but like my Houdini engine is now just like completely dead. Just doesn't work. But we'll put everything as a param, and then we'll strip away what we actually expose out to the top level HDA. Separator, and we're gonna get into window. I'm just gonna say window offset. It's not very. Call it trim. It's technically this is like window sash, I believe. Window sash depth. That makes sense to me anyway. The little parts that make up the window are called the sash. The parts we're doing. So the depth. So that'll be basically like the inset, but it's also gonna just be like the inner cube cutting it out. Yeah. Start with 10 centimeters. So we'll take let's just start with a box. Kind of want to draw this with points instead. Oh, a grid is another way. And then you extrude out the grid. We could draw the grid. No. I haven't done much cutting yet. I'm not going to do a cut. A box is fine. We're basically taking this exact same window opening box and then Booleaning out of it. So I'll just copy and paste this. This is going to be the window sash. So this should already be good. It's in the. It needs to do the same placement as the other one eventually. And we're just going to cut out another box that's scaled in, I think from the center even. What is it? Is it just scaled by... It's... The window width... Time... Wait, it's like... So this isn't a ratio. This is like an actual number. So 0.1. The question is, what is 0.1 of this? Is it... No. It's one's a ratio, then you multiply it by that. So, because I have to normalize this back to scaling it versus setting its size. No. I can just take this width and subtract this from these two. Which is what I would want. That would be an even offset. If I scale it, it's going to be scaled in proportionally from... It would scale like the longer dimension more. So we want to just math it. So we want to do this minus that. Because they're just numbers. Yeah, okay. So we're just going to do... Now width in this case is this one. Minus this we want a uniform offset. We won't know until we do it. So then the height and depth is x. Depth will still make it 2 times wall. Yeah, I think we'll still make it that. So then the height is copy parameter, paste, minus this one. Nope. This one. We'll never know. And then it's wall depth. We'll just do wall depth times 2 for this. So let's just boolean it, see how it looks. We want the subtract. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, this though, however, is like window sash. Well, I would call this width, and then depth is like, because the window is inside of it. It depends how you want. It depends how the window's framed, but I'm gonna do it like they're doing it. You just expose the brick. I don't think you can actually build windows like that in real life, but I think it'll look good though. It'll look fine. So we're gonna change these parameters a little bit. This doesn't link, right? This will break it. If I change this name, it probably won't update there. I wouldn't suspect. So we'll call that window width, and we'll make another one called. Well, I could have just kept that one, but because it doesn't link them. But window sash depth, window sash. So it's just gonna latch onto this one because yeah. Anyway, this is dumb to do it that way. Window sash depth. I did this like it was going to link that back, like it was Unreal Engine, but I don't think it keeps references. So what's wrong now? This depth is this. How come that's 0.1 and that's 0.1? Why are those different? There we go. Okay, so window sash depth is now actually this one. And this is now window sash. That's height. This one is now. Wait, it did it relink it? Oh, it did relink it. I think. And now depth of the offset is actually going to be double. This is this one's depth because you could go further technically. Yeah, so it's this one. So copy. Paste. This times 2. Okay. So you can make it like go outside of the actual rough opening, and this is in setting how much frame there is. And in most situations, you just put like a reflective material there with a little bit of dirt map, a little grunge on it. It's like that's a window. Wasn't there a new crazy quad premesher? I think there is. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of new stuff. Sweep got like a whole bunch of stuff done to it. I heard. I forget whose video I was watching, but there was like. They were showing all the new sweep functionality, so you don't have to use the poly something. I forget what it is. I forget. Something I wasn't doing already. I was already advanced, but then they showed this like other way of using ramps to drive like the sweep profile was built in. So let's go drop these casements into the actual situation. So we're gonna do another copy to points. Rest in peace, attribute wrangle. I need to do. I don't know if there's like a more elegant way of doing this, but this. And then merge those. Oh, I booleans. Oh yeah, because that one's a boolean, but then this one's a merge. If I want them to be different or the same mesh, I could also do like an. We're gonna have to do some like breakout outputs to make collisions work. This current wall doesn't need any collision because it's just I don't let people walk through the windows when there's a window in them or select through them. So yeah, there we go. So we have some extra faces in them, right? Like, because we have these outside faces. That aren't ever seen, so they're going to kind of take up UV space. But I don't really care. So that would be one. Okay, so now comes the window math. It's going to be the same thing when you're placing. I forget what the little crossy things are called inside the windows. It's the same thing. when you're doing this. So I mean, technically, this is. I'm gonna I guess that's today, isn't it? Yeah, I need these assets like now, like. And I usually just do all this by hand in Blender, you know what I mean? But like, then once you're like, oh, let's change the dimension and give it more, and then UV it, then it's like, hell no, that's like a whole day, or at least a couple hours. So once we program this formula once, in theory, we could just change all that stuff whenever we want and just generate new ones, etc. That's why I'm here anyway. And then like sometimes like I'll do this in Blender. I'll be like, yeah, we'll do like this width is gonna be point 0.1, and then I model the whole thing out, bring it into Unreal Engine, and I'm like, I don't like it. It's like way too much work to go back and fix it. Here I'm just like, well, what if we made it really big? It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, it's parametric, it's like Revit. You don't commit it until you like render it. In this case, I don't commit it, or it's light to go back and just like keep regenerating this mesh over and over again. 0.15. So those are those would be like black and shiny, or like on like some sort of like, I'm just gonna go make like a couple generic like rusty metal seamless materials that I'll put these on, because I don't feel like trim sheeting them or substance painting them. So these edges will be hard. So there's a lot of different types of windows. But for the most part, they are like casement like this, double hung, which you still have this frame. We could consider this like the frame, and then put windows inside of this. Or this is the window itself. Like this is like a super simplification of like what a window actually looks like, or gets constructed like. But I think the next thing to do here is to do like a generator where it's like, okay, how many divisions, right? How many subdivisions are there? And they're just going to drop, I forget what they're called for some reason right now, but like the little lines that divide it. So it's the same thing again, but a little bit different this time, right? So it's like, if we're going to subdivide this window, which we can get out of we can go back to this. If we're going to subdivide this with those things, if we do 1, it's right in the middle. If we do 2, we want evenly spaced panes. I think this one's a little bit easier because we just draw the line here and then evenly divide it there. I think that's all I was doing before too. It just took me a minute to get there, but I don't think it's even as much as I was doing there. I literally just draw the line. It starts here, it offsets there, and it's only as long as the window minus 2 times the window. I think we called it sash width. That's it. Drop the even subdivisions, select these, and then draw whatever boxes. I'm just gonna let them intersect. I'm not gonna draw like nice geometry or anything like that. We'll just have lots of boxes to start. That's more like an advanced thing to make this like perfect topology, an all one mesh. I'm just gonna draw a bunch of boxes on top of each other. So I think a grid would be pretty good, because then if you extrude like as the primitive for the divisions of the window, if you draw a grid and you extrude it, you can tell it to not draw the faces, and just draw the body or whatever, the extrusion part. So that's nice. And then it's just 2 lines. It's a line here with points on it that you go down, and it's going to make kind of an ugly window. I wanted to kind of hit this design, but I think subdividing a casement window comes first, and then subdividing 2 casement windows essentially. So here's the other thing. Actually, this, once I make this is an HDA, and a casement and a double hung window is 3 of these. It's one that's the frame, and then 2 of them that are the inner. So what we're actually making is like the kind of like unit window that then gets subdivided, and then you can have multiple of those, and then a bigger one that is the frame essentially. And then we can eventually get like a procedurally drawn like little latch there, procedural latch there, and a procedural latch there in the case that it's one of those like hinged windows. I'm just going to extrude a spline with some curves on it to make the latches. And then it's like about designing like a master HDA that allows you to switch through all of them and then stick that in the window wall. And halfway to being a cool looking Houdini demo. So I'm gonna draw the lines. I need the name of the what is it called when you subdivide windows? I need the name just for my because I'm gonna just keep saying the whatever you divide windows. Window parts names. No one's pointing to it. It's not the style. Sash. It's not the sill. Yeah, real. Damn it. What are those things called? How come everyone draws them, but they don't say what they're... Is it? It's Muntin. That's ridiculous. I kind of remember that, though. They're called Muntins. Really? I don't like it. I kind of remember that. I'm going to write window mutton, though. What am I typing? Window Muntin? Ugh. Is that real? Oh, mullion. Oh, that's what I used to call them. Yeah, mullions. Mullions versus window muntins. They're different? I don't... Oh, is the mullion the vertical one and the muntin is the horizontal? That's terrible names. They can mean any kind of vertical divider for windows or anything, whereas a mullion is specifically for the window one. And they're only the vertical ones? I'm going to call it a mullion. I don't like saying muntin. Say mullion. So I'm going to drop these params in here. So at a certain point, these are separate. I'm drawing this, so the wall and the windows and the sash and all the muntins coming up, they're all in one HDA, which is fine. But I need to start breaking them out so that I can have like just this core window unit, which that's gonna suck actually. But I guess at that point I kind of strip out this. No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'll still keep dropping them in this like main HUD. It's easy to debug, but I gotta separate this HDA out of here. So we need muntin count on vertical and horizontal, basically, just ints. Yeah. So I'm gonna drop another separator, and did I use the number of windows? It was casting itself correctly. I don't remember. I'm gonna say, I could say window divider, to be honest. Window. Nah, we're calling it mullion. Window mullion. Say num window mullion width. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Number mullions width. What would that mean? That's like across width. How many are there? It's a better way of saying that. I feel like I said it in more clear English before this, but num window mullion height. Oh, it's fine, I guess. Number mullions height. 2 new friends. Saving. So these are going to kind of be... I guess I just draw them on their own and we just merge them back together. We merge it here and then copy the points because that's like that's like the multiplication of them. So we need a line. Let's draw the grid first. So we have 2 sets of these. There's no real way. Well, there probably is a more elegant way of like using the same part and then switching it, but anyway, I'm gonna just draw a grid. This is the mullion profile, pretty much. 2. I guess we have to parameterize how big the mullions are. Make them a centimeter by a centimeter start. Nah, it's just parameterize them now. I guess it's just this. I'll just do it now. Float. They're gonna be the same. We'll make it just one. So I'm gonna say window mullion width. Mullion width. And it's like small, like a centimeter. And we'll drive that here. Here. Oh, slow. What's going on? Let's give it 1 and 1. 1 million on both axes, 1 centimeter. So that's the profile. And we're going to need 2 lines. Well, we need to extrude it. We're going to have 2 of these, unfortunately. Are we going to extrude it? Or am I going to do copy the points and then, what's it called? Stretch it? Skin it? I like skinning better than extruding lines. I forget what. Oh, I was making the I was making that corrugated metal thing, and there's something with extruding lines where the point normals start flipping around all crazy, and then I just made 2 points and then skinned them, and there's no 2 ways about that. So what would this be? I'm going to draw the line first. In either case, it's a line, and then you could mirror it, or there's a couple of different ways of getting these out there, but I'm going to just make the line. This is going to be the mullion width line. All right, so these points are going to define where these go. So yeah, so it's the number. So the number of width here, right? Copy. If we want 1, there's 3. If we want 0, there's 2, and we're gonna have to range select. Is that how I'm doing this? So it's just number of mullions plus 2. Wait. Yeah, plus 2. So it's gonna be number of points is this. That didn't work. Number of mullions width. Because if it's 0, it's 2. Here. Oh, we're not looking at it. Where are you? Oh, and you're drawn the wrong way and you're not centered. Bounding box. How come it didn't work? This would be a great time to get bounding box to work, but... Dare I try bounding box again? Origin. B box. 0 D Z max. This didn't work last time. Yeah, it doesn't work. I'm sure. How do you write bounding box? Damn it! How do you write bounding box in a parameter for anything? I'm just gonna look at one example. Houdini. I just need to see one person write it, and it would be like, not this shit. Is it get B box? I have to get it. And am I trying to set it with B box? Is it get B box? Like it returns something? Oh, I think this. Wait, what? Vector. Where is the type? I'm looking for one that's like geometry and then type. Oh, is this a function? Can I call this get B box max? I don't want to look at the documentation. I want to see someone programming it. Just show me some. Just see one person call it. No. Like in a channel, just anyone. Is it this? No. Just like any tutorial that would show how you write bbox into a channel correctly to just ask for your own fucking bbox. Damn it. And there's of expressions too. I don't know if that's different. I mean, it's like in a different context. Maybe you. God damn it. Is it this? Get bbox? This is a vex. Get bbox max. You send it the geometry, but wouldn't you have to tell it like in what? Compute the maximum. Nah, I don't want that. Oh, is it? See, this is bbox. Is it get bbox? I don't understand, but then I swear it was just straight. You just write bbox. Anyway, this doesn't work. Give me an error. Does the error help me? What is this error? It's like the wrong argument, right? Bad reference 0. What do you want? Where's the header for this thing? Bad node reference 0 in parameter object wall blah blah. This thing, it doesn't like it. What is it? What's this? What's the reference? I don't have anything else. All I know is geoself, and that didn't work. What is it? I've seen people do this all over the place because like it's a great way of centering things, but oh well. More tutorial watching must be done. So we're just gonna do I haven't calculated length yet, so I'll calculate length and it's this divided by 2. I could also do this. Doesn't feel as good, but it's that. And that's the wrong way, it's negative. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I don't have to change anything now. It's referring to the length. Yeah, it's fine. So the length itself is going to be driven by window width minus 2 sash widths. Yeah, it's that. Yeah. So copy. Minus 2 times the sash width. That's not how you copy that. I think I missed it. There we go. This one. Paste relative reference. Okay. And so we are only going to be looking for this middle point, which is a pretty easy group by range. If we offset like this and like, okay, we gotta make this primitives. Yeah, it's the middle point. So we're gonna pass it a single point. And now the moment of truth is the window being drawn centered. Then I would need another line if I'm gonna do a skin. Either way, I got work to do. I can't just like it is centered. It is centered. Whereas that line, we need another line that defines the. You know, this could probably be a grid, but then I have like a selection issue. Then it could be a grid. We could just draw like a grid in there, and this could probably be more like succinctly done with just a single grid where the subdivisions are drawn by the number of. The subdivisions are driven by mullion width and height. But then I have a selection, but then selecting which ones becomes kind of more difficult. So we currently have the point where we should be spawning it. We could keep it centered and then do a thickness, the game dev thickness thing, and keep it centered. Or I make a line that also defines the height of the window, and then no, that's not what I'm doing. I have a path. I guess I could just extrude it. I think in this case we're going to be okay. Oh, and I kind of said I wanted to extrude it because I liked the not being able to draw I can tell it not to draw the end caps essentially. So we'll just poly extrude and see how this goes. It's positive even, that's good. Okay, so we will do, what's the copy to point it's gonna do then? So we transform at the end. We'll transform this at the end. So this height, this distance is driven by, I'll let it z fight, it should be okay. We're gonna just take the window height, so we're gonna be z fighting the amount of the width, but that being said, I could just pull that out here, but it's gonna just make the math a little bit faster. So we're gonna take window height, and this drives how high. Now I'm doing width. Yeah, width pulls from the height, so we're gonna do this one. very big. I guess we made very tall windows, huh? We made two, yeah, they're 2 meters tall. And then we're going to copy the points. Geometry, points. There's 3 of them because we're not selecting the group yet. Group 1. Let's name this group mullion width points. Just for whatever reason, if I need to like find this in code or something like that. Oh, it doesn't like it? What happened? Group 1 is not valid. Well, I chose a different one, didn't I? Oh no, I see. Never mind. Yeah. Now we're good. So we got our single point. And so I just transform it at the end, then merge it, then copy the points here. So we're kind of branching this off. We're branching this bigger. So that's the mullion here. This is a Boolean to cut out the sash, and we're copying that. So before we copy it, we're going to merge it. And before that, I need to transform it. It's centered on itself, but it's going to need to move down. It's going to move down in Y, half of a window height. Yeah, that one. On Y times 0.5, negative 0.5. Then merge it, then copy the points. Uh-oh. It didn't like it. It didn't like it. What happened? Where's the window? What's up? Window points is not a valid group. We need to undo a bit. Ah, that was wrong. This is the line. What the hell am I doing? We need another copy to points. Where? No. I put it in the wrong place. It goes there. That's why. There we go. Okay. So now we have those situations, and we should be able to say none. And now we got a couple. Now, is this math right? It sure as hell is not. Those are not evenly distributed, of course. That's my weakness. It looks like it's just off by 1 though, so it's just a ±1 situation in the scaling or carving, but we're getting there. So let's go back to the problem. The transforms are fine. The issue is in wherever we're cutting it off, and that would be here. So the number of points, is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. With the range, group range chopping off the ends, that's good. Let's bring this down to something more manageable, like 2. And we'll do it here. Yeah, it's pretty helpful to see the whole window, actually. But we could look at the merge. The merge is a good place to look. Okay, so what's happening? Let's go look at the line. Where is it? That looks fine, actually. How come? Let me template the window. Oh, I see. Okay. It's not 2 of them, it's just 1 of them. As far as this, so. Or it's 0.5 of them, it's not even 1 of them. It's the length is wrong. Just make it 1. It's just 1. Okay, cool. That should fix the distribution. So let me look at it in the final form, like this. Cool. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This piece is going to be super valuable, because then from this I could make like all sorts of more complex window situations later. So I'm going to have to break off these units, these parameters into its own HDA and then repack them back in later. But I like building it in the context of this wall here. So same thing for the vertical ones, and everything's still parametric. And now that we're driving it from a grid profile, if we wanted this to be like, you know, more ornate, we could I have sweeped this? I could sweep this. I could switch this out for sweeping across a line, and then it could be like a, you know, more ornate version, but the placement math would still be correct for it. I know it does look like a prison. We used to have a prison set, so I'll probably be remaking that Houdini style. These are the base structures. I'm pretty sure every environment artist in Houdini has to be like, let's make windows, let's make doors, let's make walls, and then you can start to build things. But you got to go through all of this junk. Not junk, but kind of basics. Okay, so we got to do the same thing. Can I use the same grid? Is that really gonna like help me at all? I guess so. We can even use this same. It's just extruded less. We could pull from the same grid, but like whatever. I'm just gonna make another one. It's this exact thing again, except different, obviously. But like so, I think it's pretty safe to just take this and then try to tweak it, because this did so much of the thinking already. So the first thing, we don't need these. These are the, well, it's yeah, I think it's still helpful to do this. So the grid, that's fine. This extrude is going to now, instead of being window height, it will be window width. Okay. And for the line distance, channel distance, is this channel distance? Is length? Dist. Okay. That's still no, how come, wait a minute. Okay, so let's draw the direction the right way first, and then we'll figure it out. This is going to be drawing up, which we're not looking at the copy to points. Let me look at this line. So we're drawing up now, and the number of segments is being driven by number mullion window height. These are the height divisions. +2, perhaps. Let me draw the dots again. Alright, so there's one in the middle. Looks reasonable. Now the length is driven by not width anymore. It's going to be height minus. So it's just window height. This one. That doesn't look very good. That's because this is in the wrong channel. This is now going there. So this gets deleted. And it goes here instead. Paste. Copied expressions. What happened? There it is. There we go. So we switched the line. The line's correct now. It's going to need a transform at the end too. The group range is fine, and that's not right. So that's because it's drawing up. So we need to either change the normals on those points or just rotate them. And I am a lot more comfortable with just rotating things than doing normal vex expressions. So I'm just going to transform them. It's not what that's called. Transform. And we're going to rotate them 90 on some axis that is X. I think. I could just tweak it until we get it right in the copy to points. That was right. I don't have... Oh, good God. Who cares? So mullions. That's working. Maybe. We'll look. And then we transform and merge them all back. And we got to UV all this stuff. Yeah, so an extra little transform here. That was definitely faster to copy and paste it. We transform that on X, half the window width. Or bounding. No, it's half window width actually. Because the bounding box has been. This has been. Bounding box would also have worked, but I don't know how to use bounding box apparently. Paste times negative 0.5 is the wrong place to put that apparently. Where's your, what axis is this? I didn't rotate that. I'm gonna just start messing around with these. Okay, so that's X now? Oh, it's always been X. It's Z. Oh, I'm just, yeah. Okay, so it's Z. Paste the channel times negative 0.5. I didn't hit negative. There we go. Okay. And let's see. I guess we could merge those before we merge that one, because these are kind of the same thing. I haven't made very many big graphs yet, so I don't really... I guess then it seems nicer to do... to kind of have these kind of end up together over here and treat this as like one branch. Like this is like the mullions branch, and then we're gonna merge these. I could UV at this point too, would probably be back there. We UV one of them, right? We UV after the grid, after the extrude, and then do it across. Merge it here. Pretty good. And look at the final merge and placement nodes. So they're a little thin, but we parameterized that, so we could do 0.05 is a lot. 0.02, not bad. To prevent like ridiculous flicker dance that's going to happen here, we could basically always say that the vertical ones here, or the horizontal ones, are thicker, which is the way that I think it would. Yeah, I'm looking. Well, it depends if they're made out of wood or they're like fake ones, but essentially, I think the horizontal ones are like a little fatter. Hit Shift S. You can toggle between the style of the connection. Over here, is that you can make it like square or something? Ooh, which one do we like here? There's two. There's like the curvy ones, and then there's the straight ones. Huh? Is there like right angles? I think I like this one. Maybe. I haven't been using the reroutes very well. I guess reroutes, you would use reroutes if you're, what was it again? Shift S? You would do, what is it? Alt? That? What does this look like if I do this one? Shift S. Huh. And they have tangents? What the hell? Oh no, I thought they put a tangent on it. Huh. I don't know. That's cool though. I'm gonna make it so that the height mullions are a little thicker, so that they don't Z fight, because it's gonna be annoying. And I'm not gonna. I guess we could like Boolean those together. Nah, I'm gonna make these thicker. So I don't know what size it is. We're gonna just do plus. I should probably parameterize this, right? But it's like 0.01. That was perfect. Nailed it. So this one's a little bit more. It's always 0.01 bigger. Which should be a parameter. So we'll stick that in there. So we're gonna give window mullion offset. That's probably fine. Window, I'll just say mullion offset. And what did we make it? Like 0.01? Just like half of the width or something like that, but make it a parameter. Help art direct different weirder versions later down the road. And it's just plus the offset. So no Z fighting now. No visible Z fighting, even though there's like, these are technically in there. And where's our extrudes actually? We want to do no front and no front here. Just the sides. So we have, I mean, this is already like a reasonable little demo here. I'll make this 8 so we can have more windows in it. It's centered. We haven't done the final transform up, but we can change the wall dimensions. We can change the width of the windows. The height. What's actually cool is if we make it exactly, this is what I was hoping. If we make it exactly 4, this is still valid. Like I can, the booleans are so clean in Houdini that this is fine. I don't know what that is. What's that? What's that little boxy thing? I think that might be a template of something. But anyway, we can make it the full width and it like cuts it all out like perfectly. That's super cool. Or make them windows. We could have we'll do the offset up and down soon. That's really easy. And then pretty importantly, the number of windows. This is like the whole point. And so for me, I'm just going to generate these and send them back to the engine. Right, but what if we made like some massive window like this? And even we could do that, you know, like have it completely consume the wall. But if we're doing like picture windows, there might be like, you know, definitely has to be some border between the top and the bottom. Which in my case, for my game, it would need to be, our height's 4. We would need to do 3.8 would be the max, and the walls would be completely overlapped into this piece. So this would appear floor to, once you put the wall and the ceiling on it, it overlaps this much. It would appear to be floor to ceiling. And then we could, well, in this case, this number of mullions doesn't really make sense. I guess you could do that. But I would then, what I'm going to do next is sub-panel them. Whereas like this is one panel, and it becomes then how many panels do you want across, how many panels do you want up and down, and then within them you have this mullion control. And if you basically do one window across and 2 windows up, it's a double hung window if you offset it. But it would appear from most distances, even if it wasn't offset like a double hung window is. If they were in line, it would still look like it. But I could build into it staggering, that like every other one moves forward and back off the center its depth, and then so the windows, if we had multiple panes, they'd be staggered this way and this way. That would be pretty easy to write into it. But this already, once it's UV'd, saves me quite a bit of time. And it's fun to just like art direct it, where it's like different size windows really make a room look different. And it's like now I can, before I would have had to kind of like guess and like, and then just kind of look at it. Now I have a lot more room to iterate. Whereas like if I, you know, making this by hand in Blender is pretty rough. Even just cutting them out, and even if you just look, even just to cut them out, duplicate, it's a hell of a lot longer than doing this. That's pretty cool. I like, and then you like, you know, might fall upon something that's cool like that, like, and then I never iterate on this where I'm like, let's make it 6, right? Like I never. It's just so much work to do it, but here now it's like cool. Now we'll just make this whatever we want. Made like ballroom windows or something. And we got a sub panel. I'm pretty happy with this already. This is what I was looking for today. And I like how clean the booleans are, that it just chops them right off. I don't wonder how the UVing is gonna like that, but once these become different meshes. But I think I was using UV unwrap with the 6-axis projection, and it should probably be okay. We'll find out. This is pretty fun already. So I'm gonna make them 2 and 1, and we don't make pieces at this dimension currently. We could. That's also really cool that it just chops off the side. It's so clean. Like that's so much extra work in and any other DCC to have that, you know. Like here I could generate so many different versions. We could make it all window, right? Like if I make this all window, I'll make the window 4, and it completely consumes the outer wall, you know. Again, I wonder what happens with the UVs with it. I guess I don't know what happens with it. Like if you assign a material to that, but it goes away, like what that is. But it's so clean. I don't know. It's just like I didn't expect it to work like that. Make an itty bitty window. Oh, we need a vertical offset. Let's do that. That's like pretty crucial. So we'll do 2, 1, and 2. That's kind of like the reference we have going. And then it becomes adding the apron and the pediment to the top, which I'm going to do now. And it just keeps duplicating itself. And like this, if I took this piece and a door version of it, which we kind of have, I don't remember if it works, if the door one works anymore. That thing frustrated me and I left it. But if you basically make a column that connects these, and then a mid-tier trim, and then a ceiling trim, make a whole building, the whole building generator, and then do like a UV shuffle on the faces of this, so it just randomly has like a different material within a family. I got a building generator. It's kind of like a foundation level too. But this piece alone is like worth the Houdini, because I could just push this right to UE4 and just stick it in there. I do need to split it and UV it. If it's a facade, I just don't do anything to this side, or I could blast this face off and then make the window just pure reflection. But if it's an interior, I have to split it so we have a material on the outside and material on the inside, and then I have to art direct both as a set. It's like, what does the outside look like? What kind of things are there? What kind of trims do we have? But the whole thing is just driven by this big parameter list over here. So let's do the window offsets. How do you comment in this? I don't know how you add comments. It's not a sticky note, right? It's this network box. Oh, I don't want to click that. Is it network box that's gonna put like a box around this with a comment? Oh wait. Oh, that's the template. That's what was showing up before. So yeah, I need comments because I'm lost in my own graph. Like, where are we? Where do I move this whole window up and down? These are the openings that we copy to points. That's the wall. And we're cutting the openings out. Was this? Nope. It's at the copy to point layer. These two copy to points are controlling it, are controlling where they're placed. And they're centered. And then, wait, they're centered. When did we transfer? Oh, the whole thing is still centered. Okay, okay. And so we want to leave the wall, this Boolean. We could intercept them here. This, if I transform both of these copy to points, then we're controlling the height. It's called transform here? I forget what it is. Transform. Yeah, transform. Okay, so can you transform both? No. So they just double transform. So we do that, but not that one. And this one gets transformed before the Boolean. That looks wonky. Like that. The network box, you can group parts of the network to minimize them. I don't think that's what I want. I'm not sure yet. But cool, thank you. Oh, no. What's that? Okay, so what we do is... we feed in that transform on Y to both of those. So that would be... That's kind of owned by the wall to some degree. It's owned within this set of parameters, I think. So a float of number of windows, then window offset. There, just go window height offset. So we'll make it just like one. Oh, it needs to go negative. It needs to be able to go negative. And then we feed that here. Window height offset. Copy param. Here. Here. Let's see if that works into the positive space. Oh yeah, it's already working. It can just only go up for now is the issue. But yeah, so now we can see the little Boolean flipping up there. I could draw this without Booleans. It would just be a little bit harder. And then things like this, I'd have to write the edge case for when that happens. Like if, I don't even know how I would ask for that situation, but that's a different, right? You have to draw the points. Like if I draw these as points, that just drew a lot more points to do that. So Booleans like do all that for me. So I'm going to reparameterize this to have, or rearrange it to have a negative side height offset. Sure, it's plenty. So now we can go down or up with this window. That's great. I mean, like, cause like usually in Blender, I like in the beginning, I commit to like where I'm going to cut the wall up, and it's just, you know, it's just the process of modeling this out, you know, so to have it parametric is, you know, much more free design wise. So, oh yeah, the what's it called? The way less prison-like in those dimensions. I want the pediments, or the design aspects of this. So those are, I guess they're completely separate objects at that point. The sticky node makes a comment. I'll try that in a second. And with the color box 3 to the left, you can change the color of the nodes. Oh yeah, I saw people doing that. So let's box these up, right? So like this is the, these are the mullions. So is that this? Huh. Is this going to, do you contain them like that? Is that, do people do that? That looks terrible. Because then this doesn't move them behind it. I'm gonna save and undo if I don't like this box thing. Network box. Does this move them? Okay, that's, it was network box. And then can I name this? Okay, good. So this is the mullions. Cool. Those are the mullions. This is the, what's the shortcut for this? I'll do this a lot. Shift O. In Unreal, it's C. It's like a comment, but here it is Shift O. This is the window frame, pretty much. And what is all of this stuff? This is the window opening, and these are the logic for placing windows and cutting them out of the wall. So these are kind of like the high level pieces, and this is the logic that took me so long to figure out on how to place multiple with even margins between them. So there's no real need for that yet to get commented up, I think. What's your shortcut cheat sheet on the desk? Oh, it's a bunch of Unreal Engine hotkeys. I got it at Epic Games when I went and visited. So it's just another one of these things. We drew the frame, we drew the mullions, and then we draw the footer and then the pediment. So we'll do the apron first, which it's just I got to look at it in my, I have a bigger picture here. It's just a rectangle. But the question is, what's the inside of it look like? I'm going to just draw it for the outside. Reminders. Yeah, it's in my reminders app. It's just a rectangle with like a nice little roughness map on it. Oh, and I'm going to build the cornice, the interlocking brick columns, essentially, is what they are. It's really the top piece that I'm interested in. It's going to be one of the more complicated things I've modeled in Houdini, so that'll be good. So I'll do the easy one first. I'll do the little footer. I basically have this asset already in Cinetracer, but again, it was just modeled one-off in Blender, so there's no way to, like, there's no easy way to go back and be like, oh, let's make it with 2 windows and 3 windows and change the dimensions real quick. It's like, that would be like a very manual, take a very long time kind of thing. With the designs I'm about to put in it. So the hope is I make this and then I'll generate like 4, just like drop an FBX and export, export, just change up the settings and be like, I'm not going to use the HDAs in engine because I just want static meshes. And they kind of, I don't like that they bring in materials and they kind of just like make things kind of like mucky. Other than I really like their collision workflow because the manual FBX collision workflow is kind of like a pain in the ass. But so we need to work at this object like it's this, and we'll template this like that. Right? So we want to draw just a cube down here of this dimension, but it's going to start from inside the wall at 0 so that it doesn't show on the interior. And so that object is a grid. Grids, when you extrude them out, 1 won't have a face, and 2 do not self-center themselves, so I don't have to do any of this. Not that that one thing isn't so hard, but one last step is welcomed. So we're going to take a grid, and this is the apron. I think the apron's technically the interior part of the little bottom part of the window, but the sill. Oh, this is a sill, actually. This is like an exterior sill. Whatever, sill. Okay, and so its dimensions are they inset? I mean, are they outset or are they completely contained within? They're in. We're gonna have Z fighting on this asset because if I design this, I'll have it eat into it. So it's completely contained, but it's gonna eat. It's gonna be a little bit inside of the bottom of the window so that the sill itself doesn't fight me. The window inner edge. Also, these windows need an inset offset because they're completely centered within the thing, which does happen, but you tend to push them out. There's more of a buffer on the inside of the window, which is subtle, but I would want to have that in there. So this sill, where are you? So we're gonna draw you on the correct axis, which is this one. And what is this thing? That's width, and this is height. Okay. So the width is the window width. And the height is defined by us. So we gotta make some things here. I might bevel it just because I don't know how to do trim. I don't trim sheet this stuff yet, so everything's just like looks like very, very low poly. So I might just drop a global bevel over this whole thing. So in anticipation of that, we're gonna say window sill. This is the exterior window sill in case I make an interior one, but window sill exterior height. Sill, let me say exterior sill height. And you know what? I should have done this from, I should skin a curve because then if all this logic still works, if I want like a really like ornate modeled one, we just extrude a fancy looking curve trim, and I'd have the trimmed version of it. But that might be a different thing where I sweep like one curve around like the whole window. So I'll stick with this for now. But this is a one-off. This is only going to work for like a cube. It won't work for like I just switch in the shape later. I had all this built in Cinema 4D. I still have it. I just don't use it. So just building this all out for Houdini. It'll be like at least another month before I have every single feature that were in my other windows. So we have the sill height, and I'm gonna want like the sill bevel, which, you know what? Let's not introduce bevels. Bevels are a place to crash. So let's just not do bevels for now. So we'll say that it's 10 centimeters to start. So we'll take this one. No bevels. We only bevel if we absolutely have to. There we go. So only 2 rows and columns for now. And then we're going to, what is this? Is a grid? We're going to extrude it. Poly extrude. And is this positive or negative? It is negative. So we're going to have to do flippy math later on. Or is there like a add vertex normals? That's a good one. I always need to remember to put that on. But there's no like flippy thing. Just like flip it now. I don't think. So we gotta flip it after. I don't see anything about flipping normals. So it's gonna be negative. Oh, we need the depth. Oh, I need the depth. I need another parameter. So window sill exterior depth, exterior sill depth. It's going to need to come out 10 to even come out to the wall. So we could always offset it by that amount. We could offset the placement of it to be perfectly... I'll offset the placement. So we'll just say that it's also... Well, we'll make it like 20 centimeters. And I'll offset it in the math. Though I kind of like it sitting in there. It is a potential for Z-fighty issues on like corners or something like that. So I could move this forward the width of the wall. Or the depth of the wall too. So we need the depth. Copy parameter goes here. It's negative though. Times -1. Let's just flip it right now. Reverse it. First the normals. Boxy windowsill. Can you recommend a tutorial about procedural buildings? You can't find anything. I would check out IndiePixel. IndiePixel and the Houdini YouTube channel itself has a lot of them. And if you write Houdini procedural modeling in YouTube, you will find them. I would do this one though. This one like got a lot of things through. Let's see if I can get that. Yeah, there it is. Boom. Procedural fan modeling Houdini 16. Make it through this whole thing and yeah, have your mind blown a little bit. I've been watching this one too. A little bit. They're there. They're just kind of painful. This guy, I like CGI Nerd. I don't like this demo. I didn't like that one very much. It does get some stuff done, but it's like kind of long. Wasn't my favorite. This fan one's one of my favorites. The beginning's a little slow when he does all the grouping, but past that, it's really good. And then there's lots. You just go to the Houdini side effects YouTube channel. There's a lot of them. I only started doing this like a week ago, so I've been just eating them all. And I bought a bunch of Udemy ones, and every day I just watch like a couple at a time and like take away like one new note or something. 0.2. Okay, so I think the harder part is figuring out what you want to make. Right, like why do that? Like why do all this? You know, just for like academics, you need like a reason to get through it. So we reversed it. Now we just have to place it. That's really all it is. It's fine. So let me go and template where we're going. I will template this one. So we need to get down there. That's pretty easy. We'll just do one big old transform for it. Let's actually make sure that it's responding to the window width correctly. Nice. Okay. These demos all look so much better once you UV them and then put textures on them, like materials. But then it's chuggy on it's choppy on the slides. So I just keep them kind of like flat shaded. It's just way more responsive to be like, look how cool that is. But if you like rendered out if you rendered it out with materials and just lit it at all, it would look even better. Because then like you lose the geometry and it just looks like a real object. But I haven't cranked up. I haven't renewed my Redshift license. I don't know if I'm going to. So we're just gonna transform this. I'm not good at typing that in sometimes. So this is it's just going straight down and possibly out. Though it's really just... No, wait a minute. Where is this window? We didn't do the depth offsetting for the window yet. I'll do that next. So we're just going to move it down half window height plus half sill height on this thing here. So window height... It's negative that. We'll just do the negative at the end. This plus half the sill height. Copy. Paste. I'll just do the negative here times negative. No, we're in a plus already, so we're gonna do 0.5 is way too high. I gotta bust this into a full editor. Exterior height times 0.5 window height. Oh, it's also this 0.5 times 0.5 and then negative. So there's our placed window. It could probably be like a little bit more. So let's go look at it in. Let's merge it back in correctly. It could probably just be merged into the mullion because we already have this it's technically this main merge here. So we'll kind of center this. Ooh, gross. This looks bad. We'll put this here. These are kind of like our high level. I don't like how this looks anymore. I want this to be up. How come you're at the bottom? Oh, because this is a copy to points geometry feeder. Like this. And like these are all the same kind of like, ew. I don't like how this looks, but let's just get this down here. Ugh. Oh, this turned out bad. I should start using the reroutes probably. Let me see if I can figure out how to reroute. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. So we gotta put this one like. Oh, I don't like how this looks at all. But these reroutes are all the same level. That's what's gonna clean this up like this. Yeah, it's finding it. There we go. And find the vertical line. Oh, this looks terrible. But these are all the same level. They're all just like. They're all coming together to form one window. That get merged together, and then that's the geometry that feeds the final copy to points. So this is the ledge thing. Shift O. Exterior, okay. This is a exterior sill. So the pediment one's gonna be the harder one, though I just think I figured it out. It's just gonna be a sweep. But still, it's gonna be like more ornate than like that cubey part. So let's see if this all ends up down here nicely. Something's templated. Turn that off. Yeah, so now all the windows, we could turn it off and on. We could have just like a Boolean in there if you want it or not. So same situation. If I make the windows wider, the little footer comes with it, and we can kind of art direct the depth of it. And then we could Boolean it and whatnot. But for this type of geometry, you'd want to just like have a nice normal map. And it is technically Z fighting in there. And it looks like I didn't. Ooh, it's not showing it, but this should be Z fighting right here. Like that, because this sill is right there. And Unreal Engine, my current asset was built the same exact way, but by hand. This is like super annoying. So the whole sill transform basically, which is this, I could just add like 0.01 to it, or subtract 0.01 to it. Here, I'll just do it in the expression editor. I'm just gonna. Should I parameterize that? I don't think so. I'm just gonna have that be part of its behavior, expression-wise. Will be harder to track down later, but. So this flips it, and so this is multiplication plus multiplication, which means I could just do plus negative. No, just plus 0.01. It's minus. It's minus. There we go. Because we flipped it. Okay, that's fine. So now this sill is just 1 centimeter above it, and it's technically eating into that window, but we'll never know. So that's something that's easy to fix. So again, I could have like Change their widths, have them be weird ass little windows like this, and then have a bunch of them. It's kind of castle-y. That are offset. Put them. Now they're like a ground floor basement window. Like if I make them only 2, like it's a little tiny basement window. Make them wide. It's just so much you can do with just these controls. You could generate like so many different like nice looking windows. And then add more mullions to the bottom ones or something like that, more like a grate. Right. So this plus materials would look a lot better. Especially the sill looks so chunky, but if you put a nice like stone, if I substance painted like a baked version of this, it would look really good, I think. Sometimes I just join in for like a minute. Oh, I thought you were joining something in joining geometry in what's it called? In Houdini. Oh yeah. This, despite me streaming on my like main cinematography channel, this is not meant for. I mean, it can be, but it's kind of more like a journal for myself. It's the way that I think about this kind of stuff at this point. I like looking back at it. I wish I had been streaming on YouTube in the very beginning. I just wasn't. I was like interested in like what Twitch was about. But I like looking back at these VODs and I think I'm also gonna like make like when we hit version 1, which is gonna be a minute. It's still gonna be a while. I'll have like all this footage along the way, and I think that's kind of interesting just to have. And YouTube's free to archive it for me. I don't have to set up a Dropbox or anything. So there's this window. I'm gonna put this back to like what I wanted art direction wise though. I want 2 height, 1 wide, and not as many like prison bars. Yeah, something like that looks kind of residentially. Urban residential. 0.2. 0.2. And even stuff like that, like those little changes there, it's like, you know, if you make an asset with 4 windows and you want, I guess if you like reference duplicated them, you could just change the master one, but it's like a pain in the ass to be like, change them all and look at them. If you're modeling everything by hand. So there's the sill. Let's do the top cap pediment situation. It's just another one of these friends. We just keep modeling different versions of it. We could model the interior decorations to be different. You just keep merging them back on there, but the main math happens just right here. It cuts out the boolean in the right shape, and then it instances them onto the point line that's already been done, and there's an offset currently. I would do the insetting, the depth insetting of the window in this layer. It'd be easier. It kind of, if this was a class though, the object, you know, this window class shouldn't know about how it's being, you know, like it shouldn't have to know about that. I could have it down here, I suppose, too, on the copy to points. We could just take that line. We could manipulate the line, or like really the window shouldn't know about like it's like grander, like overall placement in another node. But it'd be very easy to implement the offsetting here. Unless it was every other. Yeah, we'd have to implement it outside of like, I'm basically saying that like this is one node. This is an HDA that needs to get broken off eventually. And then we just feed it into whatever this is, whatever we call that one. So I'm going to make the pediment top kappa thing, window thing. So it's like, it should basically be a like a curve profile that I sweep along a line. Or I could try doing it with a bunch of extrusions. You know what there is? There's actually 2 of these before I do it. In the reference, I don't have a big picture of it to show on the screen, is that there's basically like another one of these up here, and then the cap goes over that. Or I just make some sort of like, curve here. I think that's the way to do it. And I'm going to parameterize the F out of it. Like every single aspect of it is going to be a slider. So let's see. Let's go. So one thing about this art direction wise is like this is too, not that it doesn't change the programming, but just looking at it, it's too tall. I think the 0.1 or 0.15. I think 0.15 is pretty good. By 3, that looks pretty nice. And I'm essentially we'll go back to single window view here, which is this. I'm gonna get rid of the dude. I can just change to don't show, hide other objects. We're gonna basically take a curve that has 3 points. It's gonna be like a like this. I guess this object's symmetrical. I don't think I need to mirror it. I'm gonna bevel those edges and then sweep a curve across it. And that curve, I have to draw at the one axis and figure out its plane and stuff. But oh, it could be driven with a ramp. Oh, I haven't done a ramp yet. It's a line with a ramp. And the sweep. Oh, this is that new sweep thing that exists now. Okay, I'm gonna try to do that. I don't know how to do it though. I really have no idea. So like I'm gonna do like sweep. This has like something like built into it. Yeah, it has the ramp built into it. So how do you do this again? I don't remember. I was watching this YouTube video. It definitely needs, I think you can basically generate the curve here or something using this thing, but you still need like the path that it's gonna sweep along. So let me draw the line, the sweep line. What do they call that? It's like we need to draw the backbone parametrically, but then I think the cross section you can generate within the sweep node now, and that's new. And then I could basically draw different curves, or I'll just parameterize that too, whatever. So I'll draw the first part. And this stuff always used to like confuse the crap out of me in Maya, like what I'm about to do. But for some reason here it's easier. I don't know what it is. It's just like, I think it's like mentally switching between like poly modeling and curve modeling in Maya was always kind of like cumbersome. And it's super fucking weird in Blender. I think the curves are really weird in Blender. Like I don't get them. Doesn't mean they're bad, but I don't understand them. I'm gonna template this. Okay, so same setup. This needs to go across Z, and it needs to be centered. And I wish I knew how to use bounding box, but I don't. So I'm gonna use window width instead. Copy parameters. No, it's length. Hold on. What we do is we take, this is like this is an okay version of it. We just do this, paste that, and that channel is dynamic and it's negative. So that's actually fine. I'm okay with that setup. It's even more straightforward than bounding box, because possibly you could be, I don't know. Anyway, this is relative. I don't have to update both params at the same time. So right now it's going to be based on length, and we're tricking ourselves because my length is the length here, but they're not actually connected. But we're going to actually go outside of it. We want an offset amount. So the params grow longer. We should probably start to like make these collapsible soon. Separator. But for now, I'll just leave them all out here. So we're going to have window. Is it pediment? I need to look this up. I think it's a window pediment. Hold on. Pediments. Yeah, oh yeah, this is them. Let's see if I can find like what it is I'm making essentially. It's these. Okay, it's super noob. Yeah, so that's a bottom one? Oh, bottom width. Yeah, this is it. Or that one. This one and this one are like everywhere. I guess there's just like all these like pretty straightforward ones. Yeah, so it's triangle pediment, combination triangle pediment. That's very common. You could definitely draw this parametrically. And like a box one, basically. Like there's this one. Wayfair, yeah, of course. A cross one, yeah. So I'm basically drawing this one. That one's a little bit more work, but not really. It's like the same bottom, and you take a different trim and you sweep it around a triangle. It should be pretty easy to make too. But this is the one I'm doing here. And so I think you could draw this base curve in the sweep node itself. I gotta go look at that. Otherwise, I'll just make it out of a line that I feed to a ramp or something like that. I think that's what's basically happening anyway. But those are the pediments, yeah. So window pediment offset. I'm gonna call it overhang. It's like how much further beyond the window does it go? Pediment. This is exterior pediment. Wouldn't put those on the inside. Pediment overhang. What else are we gonna need? We're gonna need the pediment height. Well, that's gonna be driven by something else that I don't know what it is yet. But so we're gonna take this one. We'll call it 0.05. We'll give it 5 centimeters overhang. And that is length. It's window width plus 2 of the overhangs. Or yeah, I would multiply it by 2. Make the most sense to me. So to here plus 2 times the pediment overhang. Right, so that line gets further out like this. You can do it with a ramp. I think it's built into sweep now, but we'll see. Yeah, if we're going to basically draw a line and then map the points to the ramp, and that's the profile or whatever they call it. What do they call that here? That's the cross section that we feed into this. So what I need to do now is like extrude this point back. So I might have done this in a funny way. Because it can't be straight. It needs to be kind of like a U. It's a U shape. And so how do I do that? How do I draw that? I thought I had this figured out, but now I don't remember. I have a line. Maybe I shouldn't start with a line. Oh, I used to do this with just like straight vexing it. Like just write it in vex and just draw the 4 points because there's only 4. I'm probably going to do that. I don't see how to quickly subdivide it because if I guess I'm going to draw this line in vex. I guess that's what I was going to do. It's not too bad. Then bevel it and then transform it to put it at wherever it has to go. So I'm going to draw this in vex because I don't think I know how to do it any other way. Hopefully we don't crash. So at a point, do an angle. Do it once. Nope. Okay. So we're going to draw 4 points. We're going to draw those 2. Oh, yeah. I was thinking my vex style. So we're going to draw the 2 points, and then we're going to do the offset. So we have the pediment overhang. We're going to need pediment overhang width, pediment depth, and then pediment bevel. Ooh, we're going to bevel. We're going to crash this thing. We're going to crash it. So let me drop those in there because I need them for this formula. We're going to crash if I'm not careful. The rule is 0 out bevels before you change anything else and then do the bevel after. I could not bevel it too. Because and then it would we'll see how the sweep looks. I could just not it would just be a hard edge. It won't be like a nice curvy one. But we need our window pediment depth. Pediment depth. And I need my window pediment bevel. And I'm probably not going to actually utilize this, but I'm going to just stick it here just in case. Pediment bevel. You need to. So yeah. So how far away from the wall is this going to come out? It's the same thing as the sill depth. So 0.3 seems like the same for that amount. I'm not going to use bevel at the moment, so we'll just keep that at 0 and just don't even use it. But I need to get these variables here. Can I make this box bigger? Is the question, because I'm not going back to the editor. I want to see like it doesn't evaluate the. That's probably not viable long term though. How do I make this bigger? You just go to the editor, or do I move like this or something? I just have to like eventually I have enough text that it allowed me to do that. Anyway, I need the window width, this overhang, and the depth, and then I can draw 4 points. I'd rather just do it in Vex. So I need to get float window width equals set. No, what is it? It's just a float. Window width is channel. Should I do it like this? Draw the parentheses at the beginning and the close parentheses, and then yeah, I guess why not? We're going up to wall controls. I wish you were autofilling, and I want my window width. So far, so good. Float. Now I want my pediment overhang and pediment depth. So I'm gonna call it ped width. No, it's overhang. Equals. I'll just copy and paste this part. Wall controls, we need our window pediment overhang. And we need window pediment depth. Wall controls, window pediment. It's gotta be just this. Window pediment depth. Yeah, okay, so we got all the things. We're just going to draw 4 points and then draw them. You could choose the ramp as a parameter and draw the silhouette there. Yeah, we'll try it. I'm going to try the ramp for the thing because then I want to be able to, it would be cool to just draw it in the ramp editor and not have to like actually ever use a vector brush or curve clicky brushes or whatever, Bezier handles and all that shit. So we're doing 0.1 equals, now let's look at this thing. We're going on Z, we're going to draw at the bottom on the line just to not have to, well, wait a minute. I'm going to draw right on the 0 for everything except for Z. So I think that's going to be okay. 0, 0. This is going to be window width times 0.5. We're going negative here. So if I'm going to eventually negate this, I'm going to add it. And we're going to add to it ped overhang. Let's just draw. Oh, what the okay, I thought it was crashing. Again, narrator heading exiting narrator. I mean, this shouldn't crash it. Add 0.1. No liking it. Doesn't like it. Oh, 0.1. Programming. Eesh. Is that it right there? I never made it negative. I'm gonna draw left to right. So I gotta make this whole thing negative. Can I put this in parentheses and keep expressioning it? I don't know. Can I do like -1 times this? I mean, if it's any deeper than this, I wouldn't want to do it that way. There's the point. It's tiny. It's right there. You could choose. Oh yeah, you said that. We're gonna look at that real soon. So next vector, 0.2 equals set 0, 0. Oh no, we're coming out. We're coming out on -x. It's the same. So it's the same value here. I could have pre-cached this, I guess. I could have cached this value. Let me just copy and paste this, basically. But it has a different depth. So the x value is -1 times our ped depth. Okay, so it's gonna just start like going down as I go. Okay, so there's the second point. I could have probably taken like a grid and like chop some stuff off of it or whatever, but I this is like, I don't know. This is the first thing I learned in Houdini was how to draw points and connect them, so it just feels like comfortable at this point. So this is just the inverse. It's just the not negative version of this one, which I hear they call positive. And then we'll draw it. Nope. Turns out the depth is still -1, but the other one is positive. This one is not negative. I'll just leave it in parentheses. That's fine, I think. Yeah, okay, perfect. And the last one is going to be the same as the first one. We gotta start with zeros, or else the point variable names don't line up with their labels. And we're going to take this one and just invert it over. I could have just mirrored it too, but there was a reason I didn't. Mirroring, you lose control over like some aspect when you mirror, so I remember I did this, tried to mirror it, and it didn't like perfectly work, so right, 3. We'll draw that. Okay, not like that though. 3. Copy. 3. So there's the 4 points. We're not going to bevel it. Oh, no, not yet. So those are the pediment profile that we're going to sweep across, and it's parametric, so that's cool. We can change it here. This. Okay, so let's draw that into existence as a primitive group. There we go. So now we have 3 prims, 3 edges to sweep across, and that is our backbone. And we got to draw the cross section now. Now I think you can. There's something you can do. I don't know where it is. You can just build it here. You don't have to feed it anything. It's like. I saw someone just doing this. I'm not going to be able to find that video though. Compute UVs. I watched it on my TV, and the history from YouTube on my TV doesn't make it back to my desktop. So cross sections, is that what they call this? Sweep cross sections, right? So it's like each cross section at all curve vertices. Primitive type automatic polygons. Can I do this? Is this gonna build it for me? Nah. Polygon soup. Unique curve normal vectors tangents. I swear there was something here like. Oh. No. None. That's the end cap. End cap groups. Apply scale along curve. You know what you have to do? You still have to feed it a line, but then you can freak with it here, I think. I think that's what's gonna go. We still gotta give it something. Like, but then the points can be modified without the poly, whatever the hell that thing was called. What was it called? He said that this replaces polywire. Yeah. Polywire. So you used to have to do this with a polywire. But the dude I watched do it said that you can just do it here now. So I'll give it like 6. Again, we could parameterize this, but we'll do that. Was it from Intagma? I don't think it was. I don't believe it was. So this height now, we need a pediment height. We have the overhang. Let's just call it the width, to be honest. It's like the width. this is with overhang, right, or with offset, depth, and we need, of course, height. I don't know why I didn't foresee this, but here it goes. Put it here. We need our window pediment height. Window height. So we'll make that 0.1. Make it 0.2 to start. We're going to get pediment height, and that feeds the line its height, its length. We could also parameterize the points, but okay. It's also drawing itself down, not up. Kind of weird. But let's see if we can get in here and change apply scale along curve. Oh, okay, that's not what I was expecting. It's that's not what I was thinking. I think we're gonna do it to the curve itself. Okay, I see what this is doing. So this is not quite it, but it's still cool that you can do stuff like this. So this is like, I actually want to keep this consistent, but you could start to do stuff like this, where like the edges are, like the inner part is like, I see. Yeah, we don't want that. But that's cool. I'm gonna go wonk. None of that. So we're just gonna actually affect the curve itself, and it's extruding down. It's sweeping down, so the normals of this line are nothing. There's no normals on it. So I could also just do a at n equals 0, blah 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 blah. Can I do that in the at wrangle itself? Probably, right? Like, I'm creating them here. I would then need to like set them by hand. We could also do a at wrangle after that just sweeps through and does all of them and sets their normal up, or just move this thing up after. But okay, so I have to like actually do the curve to this one. Let me look at this thing. So I actually have to do the profile to this, and that means I should just draw it as a curve itself, but I really don't want to. I'd really rather have it be a ramp. So how do I, then it's polywire, right? I have to apply a ramp to drive the offset in like X of this line or something like that. Or is that a ramp here? Can I put a ramp in this and then that drives? I haven't done ramps. It would be cool. I should put the ramp here. I'm going to try to put the ramp as a parameter to drive the Z depth of, is the X depth in this case possibly, of this, and we can just draw the curve out in that. So that'd be cool. I think that's what we would want too. So ramp color, ramp float. I'm gonna guess that it's a ramp float. Have never used this thing, so we're gonna call this window pediment ramp, pediment ramp. Float color RGB, so there's no A. I don't know what the difference is. Default get from parameter, I have no idea. Default point to default linear. We're going to change it to Bezier eventually. First instance 1, no idea. Callback script, I don't have any Python in this yet. I don't know what that would be for. Basis name, key name, value name. Available for import. I don't know how you get values from this, but we'll look at that. So there's a ramp. Oh, it's a big one. Right, so how does this drive points on a line? How do I do, like, get all the values from this along some sort of amount? Like, what do we do for, how do I get ramps and vex? Or is it the polywire thing? What does the polywire do? Group, wire radius, joint scales, smooth point divisions, segments, UV seam offset. I don't know how you do this. That doesn't look like what I need. I kind of understand what that's saying. Like there's a wire radius, maximum joint scale divisions, but what do you feed into it? Segment scales is 1 divided by number of segments. That must be this. Nope. 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 I don't know what nsegs is. Where's that coming from? But I want this to dry. I just want this to. I need to just take. I do like an attribute sop for the points, and I just need to ask for this along these values along that, and put that on there. Point fop and plug in a. Okay, you can just plug it in, which goes from position to vector to float, then plug in. Oh, okay. So point fop. I haven't really used those very much. So this is a bunch of new stuff. Oh boy. So do I go into this point fop? How do I get the ramp? Nope. I don't know how to use these. So are these inputs? So the input one is that. Can I make this the other input? How do I connect? How do I get this ramp into here? In a point fop. Where is this? This is like a value. It's a value on this null. Do I have to connect the null into the point fop? Into that point fop over there? Is that how I get like a second input? That sucks. I gotta bring it all up. Is that, can I get it in code? Can I just ask for it? Kind of want to do this in Vex. Shift click this into here, or shift click. It's like nodes. I don't know. I don't know how to use point vops. I kind of get the idea. Like this is the value for every point, right? And we're gonna do something with it. Global. Oh, this is the geometry global. And this is like what we're going to put onto every point, right? Like if we change it, so we would want to be changing its, what's V? Velocity. We want to affect this thing. We want to put something in there. We want the ramp value. But I don't know how to get this in here. I also know, how do you do this? Is it like what is, I was trying to do this yesterday. I couldn't figure it out. How do you make a vector here? Make the new ramp in the point vop and copy the reference. Make a new ramp in the point vop. Oh. Is that a ramp? U. What's U? Is that the value? Amount? Oh crap. Look at this thing. This is what's in there? Jesus. It's a sub input U over UV coordinates. If connected, no. Wow. That's what a ramp is. That's well beyond my understanding of that. Can you flip this? What's this do? Complement ramp? Reverse domain? It's the third one. I just don't know this enough to use it. I would feel more comfortable with like the Vex version. Is that like? So then how do I get this ramp feeding this one here? I don't do any point vops yet. I don't know where the nodes are. If it was Vex, we would just do a attribute wrangle over each point and then ask for sample that curve somehow in Vex. I don't know how you do that either though. But it would be really nice to drive this. The whole thing is procedural. Like I could make every single one of my like curves or just like one of these ramps. I could save presets of them, and I could like be very nice to drive it that way. There's no like actual modeling, but I don't know how to do this. It's the third one. Oh, is there a third ramp or something? Is that what you're saying? Ramp parameter? What's this? Input. I know I changed this input. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, this looks like a thing because these are the same, right? So Ramp parameter. We got it. We nailed it. So how do I make this thing this thing? How do I drive this into here? As an input. You said something about reference. Ramp, prefix, label, postfix, ramp type. Spline ramp. Linear. We'll make those the same. Use this node to use this node to set parameter attributes. When several oh god, I don't know these words. Several parameter VOPs. What's a VOP? Is it a volume operator? I don't know what that is. Have the same parameter name. Only one of the nodes is used to control the attributes of the parameter. Houdini decides. Like, so if I click this and make them the same name, this like overwrites that one or something like that. I want it the other way, I think. Now you can connect the P to the input. Connect the ramp to the P from the output. Where's the output? Is this the output? Connect the ramp to the P from the output. Like this? What does that even mean? What is P? Vector. What is this thing? I need to look at what this is. We're a point VOP, and we're feeding it in a line, a bunch of points. What does this represent? What is this geometry VOP global? I don't know what that is. Right? What the hell is this? What is the geometry VOP global? What is this representing? What's CD stand for? I don't know what these are. Time. Geometry VOP global. Position. Position of what? Is this the position of the point that we're feeding in? It's the position of the points. And we feed that into a ramp, the input, and then are we getting, what's this? Is this a float? This is just a float value? So this maps the position of the point onto that ramp, and then we get the value on the ramp, and then we have to make a vector for here. How do you make, I couldn't figure this out the other day. How do you make a vector that this thing wants? Like vector cast. Vector to float. How do you, it's like in Unreal Engine, it's like make vector. Is it float to vector? Like this? Because we're freaking this thing on X like that. Are these just gonna be 0? That? Huh? I think these values are gigantic, right? Where'd this thing go? 5. Oh boy. I did that on X, so it's probably somewhere like gigantic or small. Is that it down there? Where'd it go? See, just color. Oh, okay. Same ones you use in a wrangle. Yeah, this has kind of lost me a little bit, but so does that mean this? So this is the ramp that's driving it. This is still just chilling. It's not doing anything. Did I set this up right though? Oh no. Like, what's the value? Is this like, I thought this would be like 0 to 1. Right? Like, seems like. And so we told it to, are there 5 points like right on top of each other or something? Like, where are these? Am I viewing this? I might not be viewing it. Oh no, I am. No, that's not. I want to see the points. And right now I see 5 right there. So something's not so good. The length is the pediment height. I just see like that 5. Where'd the rest of the points go? They could be like super far. Like I'm off by like a magnitude of 10. Or like, yeah, I don't know. I'll get back in here. So there's 0.5 out of, that's the last point. Where are the other point? Are they like super far away? Is that what's happening? So the position of the point, we're feeding that into a ramp and we're mapping it. So in this case, it would be like at 0, I would think. I don't see this affecting the curve at all. And then we're floating to vector. We're putting it into x essentially. 0, 0. And we're putting that back out. You can right click on the ramp in your parameter and copy the reference to the ramp in the VOP. I don't know what that means. I think it outputs a vector, but I'm not sure. I think it's a float because it connected, unless it converted it for me. It says float. Now, what are these? String, ramp parameter, ramp the key values, color space, and ramp struct. Ramp. What if I do this? Do I have to compile this, or is this that just compiled it right there? Because I don't see this doing anything. Like, this doesn't feel interactive yet. Like, it's like not doing anything. It definitely changed it, but I don't see it doing... I don't see it doing anything in a way that I can, like, understand it or see it. Like, I don't see the points down that way, which is X. And I don't also see them at all. I just see the last one, which is... Are they up? Like, where'd they go? Where are they? I could also just draw a curve. I'm trying not to draw anything, though, like by hand, if I can avoid it. That's 5, right? 5. That's the last one. The input needs to be a float. Into P? Or into what? Into this? Oh, is this a vector? Oh. But what am I feeding into it? It's Y value. If you hover over the input, it says float. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so this one's not good. So we need to... How do you break? That's Unreal Engine. We want to do float to vector. Is that what it's called here? So float. No, vector to float. This one. Okay, so that's breaking it in Unreal Engine. We call that... We'd be breaking the vector. And we care about its Y value, right? Like, let me look at the... Where's my line? Hold on. Like, here's the line. And it has... Y is increasing, right? So that's the thing that's, like, kind of changing. Oh, no. Oh, gee, what is this? What happened? I'm so lost. Is it this? What did I do? Is it this? Channel? Object? Jesus. I'm so lost now. Like, where was all that stuff? Oh, it's in here. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're feeding it... We're pulling its Y value from out of here, it seems like. Like this to here. And now this is this is doing a bunch of crazy shit. Let's kill this stuff. Same old stuff here. So let's see. So we're breaking... So is this the... Like, where this point VOP, it's doing this over every point, right? So is this the first point's position here? We're breaking it. We're asking for its Y value. We feed that into a ramp, which is like a remap, right? And it should be 0 to 0. And we're remapping that to whatever that value is on X. And then 0, 0, I'm hoping. Or do I have to write that into... Do I have to write this into there? Oh, yeah, it's there. 0, 0. Yeah, 0, 0. 3D vector. 3D point? I think this one's a vector. Yeah, point vector. I don't know how to use this thing. I kind of get it, but not getting a great result. So what is it? It's Y, right? The third point. Yeah. I'm mapping its Y position. Oh, you know what? We want this, right? We want to do that. Oh, uh-oh, there's the line. Okay, because we want to keep the y vector, but we want to adjust the just that one. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to map this ramp to the x position of these what are these things called? Vertices. So does this do anything yet? No. See, like, I want this to move when I do something. So we just did like nothing. What the hell? Am I viewing this point fop? Do you view the point fops one at a time? Is that a thing? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So I can click this. What's this ramp now? Is this ramp... What's point number? Wait, what the hell? What's this? Is this new, or is this something I added, or is this... Oh, okay. Okay, so we have to like do the actual outside. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. Oh. Okay, so I was trying to do it with this ramp itself. This ramp does nothing. It's just like represents this attribute out here. Okay. Now I don't know what point number is. I don't know what this thing does. I'll just leave it back here. Okay, so here we go. So let's add a bunch of points in the middle. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, they're controls. Whoa. Okay, never mind. So these both go back to 0. This is no longer doing what I thought it was doing. And now it doesn't work the way I wanted to. Okay, so no. Wait, let's look at the shape on this axis, right? This is being drawn. So this is like kind of working. I just need to like figure it out. So this is the back of the front. I can't tell. It's the back is my guess. Nailed it. Okay, so let's go simple here. Let's pull these all out. Let's just work with 2. Okay, so they're both at 0. But if I put a point in the middle, it's still at 0. So that's this like overwrites the rest of them. So it's not being remapped cleanly, because this should do that. It should loop back on itself. In this case. What's up, Andres? You might want to add the ramp value with your old value. You might want to add the ramp value with your old value. Huh. You could also use a fit range. Can you do that in a VOP? I guess you probably could, right? How come... Okay, so come back here. I'm trying to hold this thing. It's not letting me do it. Go away. So this end of the ramp is the bottom, is the 0th one, I thought. This end of the ramp is the 5 one, is the last point. So we just mapped it 0 to 1, positive x that way, right? But how come when I take it from the middle like this, it overwrites it? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, why? Now, should the interpolation be something else? Is that what it is? Oh, because it's linear. I have no idea. Bezier, linear, Catmull, Clark, B-spline. No. How come this point becomes the end point? What's up with that? And how come it's going further than 1? Point VOP. Use add inside the VOP. You want to add it? Are you sure? So we're taking in the position of the point. We're taking its it screwed something. No. And then we're mapping its y position to the ramp. Does this matter? This doesn't matter, right? This is like just like placeholder. That being said, this was default to 0 when it first got here, I think. I don't know if that matters. We're remapping that and putting that onto its x value, which kind of works. And then we're taking the y value that it was already and giving it back to it, and it stays 0 on 0. And that's what we've changed this to that. And all we've done is essentially mapped its y value to a z value on a range. A ramp. But I get like this behavior. Like when it's like this, I'm like, it works perfectly. It's great. And then we could go like this. Oh, okay. Wait. So this is continuing to add it. Huh. I see. Are you using the game dev procedural building generator? Not yet. I might try that next. I'm trying to make the walls first with the windows in it. We can stick this in there though. I think I saw how that works. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the building generator. I don't have all my parts made yet to use it though. Okay, so this is not the behavior we want. What I want it, this is like adding it. This continues to add it. Like that's getting added to it. Okay, so we're taking its position and we're mapping this to the ramp. So we're basically like, is this not what I think it is? Like, what is this? This is geometry. Is this the point? Is this the point that's being fed in? Or is it the whole position of that geometry? Because that's what it feels like at this point. Like, this isn't the point that I'm being... It's not the first point in this line. It feels like something else. I kind of want to do this in Vex or something. Like, this is the... I don't get it. I don't understand why that would happen. But I guess... Because like when it's like this, that's right. It's like we're linearly progressing towards 5. But when I change this, it's like adding that offset to all of them. Like this is just moving the line that way with this math currently. But I don't get that. Like, so what if I do this? It just draws it straight up and down, right? Yeah, of course, right? So, but like, that's what we want. That's what I thought that would do. If I feed y to y, what if I connect z? It should always be 0, but that still works. Why does it keep adding it? I don't use VOPs. I just don't even know the idea. So like when it comes to the next point, it like it's already been offset. I want to do this in Vex. I feel it. I kind of want to do this in Vex. Disconnect the y to y. Really? Okay. Okay. Why did I think I needed to connect it? I thought I did. Well, so now it's all flatted out. Let's go look at it. What's going on here? Oh no, that's still like some weird offset. Like, or am I thinking about this the wrong way? Nah, we need the y. We got to put the y back. We want to preserve the y value and only modify that. Is this flipped or something? Am I looking at this backwards? Like, what is this? I think I'm looking at this ramp wrong. Like, that's not what I was expecting from this. Though this is kind of weird. That's not what I thought that was going to do. And what's this one do? Stretches it out. Okay, I have no idea what this is doing. I thought I did, but I clearly don't. Like, what? It's all perfect like that. Like, oh, gotcha. But then it's like, what the fuck? Like, let me just feed that to it, though. That is a something. I think my understanding just needs to catch up with this at a certain point. But let's see what that sweep looks like. Oh, cool. That's pretty cool. Like, yeah, I can't say I have control over that yet. I got to get this in there too, but like, that's cool. Whoa, shit. Yeah, that's, it's not like fully under my control or anything yet, but so why then if I drop something here, huh? It like overwrites it though. It doesn't go back on itself. I want a shape that can like go back. And so far the old understanding does not get me there. Try adding extra points on the ramp now. Looks like the range is not 0 to 1. What other value could this possibly be throwing it at though? Like, nah, these values are pre-range 0 to 1. Like, look at the value. But like it won't fold back on itself is the weird part. Like that. This I would expect to go like this, and then it would have made like a tube, or a polygon tube. Use fit where though? In the VOP? I mean, this is exactly what we want. I just need control over this shape, and then we can like, because that's already cool, right? A wall section. Yeah, we already made the wall section. We made the windows. I'm making the pediment, which is like the top decoration of the window. And trying to keep it all procedural, so I'm not drawing any shapes anywhere other than like clicking on this little ramp. Okay, I'll jump back in here. I'll jump back in this thing. You wanted me to add something? I don't get it. Arrange. Nah, it's ranged. It's ranged. But there's something with the bottom value. Like when I like the weird behavior is that when I move this, the whole line moves. Like that's super weird. It shouldn't do that. But there's something about this I obviously don't get. Like, let's go back to looking at it as a line VOP though, like that. Like that's what we're sweeping across. That's all fine. Once we have it, we'll just cap the ends, but like, why does increasing this value increase all the values? And by so much. A value of 0.2 has moved it a full amount. Oh, so you mean like fitting it at the end? But that doesn't make sense. Like, cause shouldn't it then? I think I just misunderstand VOPs. Like with Vex, if I was writing like, this is like 0 offset 0, or it's offset 0 0, then we go up. So then it's like 0.2. It's like, offset 0.2 and then 0. It should never come off of this axis, But maybe with this one, it's not a fit. I think it's the VOP in general is like transforming the whole thing. I don't know. I kind of want to try this the Vex way. You must be able to do this in Vex, right? Like, because it's offset the first one, which seems like it offset the next one and the next one, the next one. I'm not actually individually dealing with the points. That's what it feels like. What's this op input? Are we sure this is it? The geometry, isn't it this? Isn't it like, oh, that's a string. That's not very good. I don't know. I don't like it. Fit before ramp. Here? Before into this thing? Okay, I'll try it. It just doesn't behave the way I would think it would, because like it should like wrap back on itself, but so we're taking 0 to 1 and 0 to 1. That's fit, right? Yeah. We're taking in a 0 to 1 wall. Oh, well, this is programmed then, right? Oh, I kind of see. Okay, so this is the back view, right, from here. I need to go look at my ramps all messed up, but or is it? What's my ramp set at? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So do I need to take the thing that's driving? Is it height? I mean, I have it parameterized. Oh, I thought I did. Oh, it's 0.2. Uh-oh. Oh, is this it? Oh. Oh, I thought I was looking at a unit. I was at 0.2. Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying about fit now. Let me kill this fit for a second and look at what's going on in there. Get out of here. Now that's not what I was okay, wait. So I was not looking at what I thought I was looking at. This is 0 to 1. And now the pediment height is 1. And so this is still okay, so this is okay. So can I put a dot here? Oh. Oh. Oh, you were right. You were right. You were super right. Okay, that's what we were looking to do here. I'm confused now. So we have to range it to the height of the pediment height here. We have to. Where are you? This goes in there somehow. You probably can't just copy the parameter. That's like vex style. Okay, this is cool. First of all, let's look at the final. Oh, where's the sweep? Oh, the sweep's here. Okay, it's upside down, but that's okay. I thought I was looking at 0 to 1 and I wasn't. But so this is it already right here. We got to stick this on there, but so now we can get in here and start to do like actual modeling just off of this thing. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. And I like linear, but we could switch it into like curves and stuff. So I mean, you said it's the fit, right? But I'm trying to figure out what the fuck. Like, so this height does something. I don't know how you get it. Is it a reference? I don't know how to do this. You're saying to fit the input. Okay. So we're getting. So this is the point vector. Okay. So this is the point position, and we're fitting it from. Is it to 0 to 1? Is that the issue? I don't know. I'll just try it. And the max currently is this, which is 1. Okay. And then if I change it to like 0.5, okay. Oh, interesting. And it's like super stuck out. Okay, so we kind of want like a normalizing parameter for like how far it comes out to normalize these values because these are like gigantic now. Oh, because it's working in like full centimeters. So we want to do like, define, we've defined its height. And what's depth do? Oh, depth is like this profile that's like here. That's the depth. But then we want kind of like a normalizing, like we want to normalize what this y value means maxed to this. So that's kind of like pediment profile max or something like that. We need to map this value back down on the way out, right? Because we're mapping it to the out value on x needs to also get ranged. So let me just, while my brain can possibly process this at the moment, is another float, and this is window pediment. What is this thing? This is like the ramp max. Yeah. Pediment ramp max. So say we only want it to, it's like how far out will it come out? It's kind of, it's its own value. So say it's 0.05. For now it's 5 centimeters out. Then we take into this one another fit to range here. And it's 0 to 1, but it's going to come out 0 to this pediment range map thing. So looking at this, we can kind of slide up how far out that geometry pushes, like that. So 0.4, 0.5, and then eventually this needs to drive this one, but I've lost control of this. How come this is locked now? How come this curve got locked? What happened here? Did I click lock or something by accident? How do you unlock this? Is this it? Maximize ramp, hide controls. How come my ramp is locked? What did I do? There's a normalize. P.X. Is that the Vex version of it? Tramp. Channel ramp. Remap. Position X, G-ramp, P.Y. Is that Vex? And then is remap the ramp name or something? Like the... Yeah, I would love to do this in Vex too, but this worked out. I mean, this was cool to just kind of like mess around with. I mean, this is very like Unreal Engine blueprinty to do it this way. I have locked my ramp now. With this fit seemed like the thing that did it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I would like to do it in Vex as well. This is cool. The thing with this is like it blows up like really quick. Like it turns into like a gigantic graph. Your ramp is at the point fob. Oh, yeah. What's this then? What's this thing? Oh, this is like the one we... Yeah, oh, okay. I see. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, yeah. Got lost. So if I max this now, like this. Let's do like that. Pull these out. Yo. There we go. So this makes like a... Oh, man, this is awesome. This is going to be like... I mean, I just made like an awning. This is super cool. And then... I can like chill it back, like how far it goes out. And then I also have the pediment depth. Oh my god, this is so useful. Oh my god. Wow. And then the depth of it is this overhang is like it's perfectly fit to the window and now it goes out. Holy crap. I need to cap this. Oh my god. And then I can add like a... Oh my goodness. This is so cool. Wow. Oh shit. Lost it. That is super awesome. Make a little awning for it. Where's the little... That's the overhang. This is the depth. So depth 0 breaks it pretty hard. I wonder... Doesn't like that. Well, I'll just leave it out a little bit. That's always the plan. So don't zero it out. Don't do that. But then... So that was the depth. We're not beveling this thing. I don't feel like crashing anything. And then we have... This is how far out this curve is allowed to, like, deform that. This is awesome. And now I need to make this do this thing. I don't know how to do that. So how do I link this into that one? This is incredible. This is amazing. Wow. Wowies. Just remap. Remap just a string. I don't know. What's up, friends? So how do I make this thing drive this thing? I'm like so lost now. Like... I would normally like right click and like copy parameter and then paste parameter there. Does that work? I don't think so. Is it this? Nope. What's this do? Complement ramp, reverse domain. Those are modifications. So how do I do it? Now copy the pediment ramp to the reference map. How? How do I do that? It's got to go there. With the gear icon. Oh, it was the gear icon. Is it the gear icon over here? Oh, is it this gear icon? This one? Oh, it's like one of these situations. So this goes over here. somehow. Is it the one up here? Oh, we got two parameter interfaces open. What could go wrong here? What could possibly get confusing about this? It's this? Oh my god. How do I link these? It's on the label list. You go there. How does one do this? Copy parameters? No, that's not it. Change this parameter are live. Changes to this parameter are live. VOP path. Right click the label of the ramp and copy parameter. This one. The label. This one. The label. Am I even in the right one? Is this it? No, this is gonna like make another one of these in here, right? Good God. Is it name based? Am I not supposed to have these open? Is it this? Like this? Is that what? Is it this? Copy parameter and paste it into this? Oh. Oh. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. We went through all the wrong ways. So if I change this, will it change it over there? It will. Cool. Oh, this is dope. This is incredible. This is like so much better than I thought this was going to turn out. Wow. That is amazing. Whoa. So you just get freaky in here with the... Now I'm at like a resolution cap, so we need to expose here this. This is a big... This is already too long, so I need to start like accordioning this thing up. Was it a folder? Is it tab? An accordion? How do you make this thing so it like shrinks? You can like group them by closable things. Ordered menu. I haven't done that yet. There's a folder. Folder makes a tab, right? Or do you change what it does? Let's just try it. And put all of these into here. This is folder called, I'm going to call it folder pediment controls. I just call it pediment. Available for import invisible end tab group. Don't know. Oh yeah, the disable one. I saw like a video on that. Apply. And let me throw another, what am I parameterizing? Oh, it's an int. We want how many points we want. So this is like window pediment resolution, I guess. Pediment resolution integer. And so this drives, oh, it's like a tab but like in line, so we didn't help at all that this we made it like even worse. So like maybe these have to be in tabs too. Is that what it is, to have them like collapse on each other? Let's do 8. And we're going to do copy parameter and stick that here. This is crazy. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. So we're like doing polygon modeling here, but it's even better because it's like interpolating it. It's not like, oh, that's so cool. That's amazing. Like it's rounded now. Look at this Pizza Hut awning over here. Now I forget what this shape is supposed to look like. I think I'm supposed to... Oh yeah, hold on. Let's do it. Like, I'm going to do this. And then make this the same value here. Oh my god. So what's this one? The value is 0.5, and this value is also 0.5. So now it's like a box at the bottom. Wow. Wow. How do I tell it to fill the bottom? I can't. I'm just like messing with a what's it called? A line at this point, and a sweep. Does the sweep do we got some end caps? Single polygon. No. Grid? Oh. Oh, it's doing like these points. Oh, that's not what I want. I don't care about that. Single. None. I want to cap like the top, but that's a whole different. I can basically ask for these edges or something. I'm not sure how to cap this thing out, but that's amazing. Let's just go look at it like in the big picture. But that's so cool. That's way better than I thought that was going to be. I was just going to make like a, I don't know what, but now I can just come in here and like tweak this up. You can save these, right? I can like save this ramp somewhere. I hope. Like save this setup as like a preset, and then like I'm gonna make a script that makes these. Do that after. Okay, so let's put this thing in the right place. And so it went down. It drew itself down. I don't know why, but it's top aligns now, so it's not the worst. What is actually happening here? It's this sweep. Has something to do with the lines that I drew, because they have no normals, so it drew them straight down. The folder makes tabs. Yeah. Yes. I think everyone's on that journey. Doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. But yeah, I'm in like the beginning, right? So I'm doing like some basic stuff. Okay, let's just position it. That turned out so much better than I thought it was going to. Like I usually hate modeling these trims. You know, like this is a trim modeler here, and I don't have to model trims anymore. And I can, if I do, I'll just make a library of them after, and I can just apply them. And every single aspect of this, I think, pretty much everything is parameterized right here. That's nice. This thing right here is its own VOP for sure. Its own HDA. Like this, I just bring that around. So let's transform it and then merge it and then look at it in the big picture. I'm going to go stick these in tabs, I guess. This is getting too big. So, we're going to go ahead and say folder wall. Say wall, like this is like the big picture wall details. And we don't need these separators anymore. And then we're going to have window. Yeah, I'll stick this all in a folder called window for now. Kind of lost in this hierarchy. I'll put it there. Say folder window. Then we could have separators within these. That's okay. So this window one's fairly large. Carefully not delete out one of these parameters and break the whole script. Apply, accept. Cool. So there we go. Window, pediment. Wow. So let's put this in the right place. Wow. This came out so much cooler than I was expecting. And then when we do the building generator, we run like random seeds into like all these parameters and like make all crazy windows. So we're going to move this thing up half the window height plus the pediment height. So that's window height here. Let's translate on Y. So we're going to paste this here. Bust this into expression. Times 0.5. Half of it. And actually, if it's an awning, I mean, if it's a pediment, it goes on the top. If it's an awning, it would go like this, and you'd be making like a like that. But wow, I'm gonna build all sorts of shit with this thing. That's crazy. It's a line with a ramp that you sweep, and then parameterize the line, the rail that it's on, whatever they call that. This is nuts. Now it's coming from a weird place. Oh, I see. Okay. So I'm gonna pediment it. I'm gonna put it up so you see the top of the window. So yeah, we're in the middle of writing that expression. So it's this plus the channel wall controls. Oh, that now it's autofilling. The pediment height. Okay, it's window pediment height. Window pediment height. I need to get better at typing end parentheses. I'm missing a parent or what? Wait, we're happy with this? Let me see. Oh, that's it right there. So it's not perfect, but let's go merge that back into the big boy. So what do you right click, alt click here? There it is. Nice. That's pretty smooth. It's a quick situation there. Merge it. Get rid of the template, and let's look at the final. My God, it's beautiful. Is it? Are the normals inverted? Is that what's happening? I would believe that. Those normals are inverted, right? Where are you? I feel like we do normals before transform. Reverse. Did that go? Did that do it? It did. Hooray! Wow. Let's kill these numbers. That is incredible. So then we can do, I mean, it's like procedural design at this point, like of the pediment itself. I was expecting that to be like more, just like built in. So the pediment out here, we can pull this depth out. Wow. It needs caps at the top and bottom. And I was looking at this. So we basically need to draw this profile, but like flipped 90 and give it like a ton of resolution to handle that. So that's one of the things currently. You know what should also happen is that like right now we're dealing with like sampling. We sample a line up and down, but its spacing is uniform because it's being driven by a line. Is this like a U and a V? I don't know what they call these axes, but like this V value and this Y value, so XY, this Y value should drive the Z value of the spline of the line, but its X value and the number of them should drive how many points are on the line and where they are in Y. But the way it's programmed is that the Y height, the Y, it's programmed differently. Like the for loop is on the Y. But we could also have each one of these points define so that these are like 1-to-1 lining up with that, because they're not right now. It's like sampling it across it. So there's like sampling error that happens and precision errors, which means that we have to like oversample it like this to get like the shapes that we want. Whoa, what happened to the? Oh, it's spacing them out funny. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's the best way to. We could have this drive it too, but so I'm gonna bring this flat here, and it goes out. I've never modeled something this way. This is like kind of weird. So let's look at that. What's this profile kind of looking like? The one I had was like this. So it's like, how do we make this shape? This like kind of like what? So it's kind of like a big chunky part with a ramp to a big chunky part. Let's do that part. So it's gonna be. That's a 45. That's a angle of. That's a funny angle of it. So we should go to here. It's H, right? Okay, that didn't do it. How do you focus on the curve? Oh, and it's like flipped or something too. I don't know how that translates to the thing. Like, is that's upside down from like how it ends up, right? Like, because it flips it, so it's upside down. Because of the way the sweep was designed, but I can still figure this out. So this is the back. And so I want to design, that's how I'd look at it upside down. It's that. Flat, ramp, flat. Let's do that. So it's now it's like, is this actually a good idea or not? Oh yeah, okay. So this is 0.5 again. And we want to make these equal values to make that flat. Okay, so we'll do like 0.2 for that one. Oh no, get out of here. And then 0.2 for this one. So that's flat with a bump to a ramp. Flat, ramp, flat. Let's just do that one. So we'll pull this out of here and this one. So this makes that situation. And then changing this here, this is awesome. You even get this like kind of curve into it because it's like sampled, which I don't actually want at this point. But like, oh, so basically if I make these values here perfectly line up the positions, if these positions line up with the height divided by whatever the points are, then I get perfect point control. Otherwise, it like interpolates it, which isn't bad. So this one, I could make the value. Let's go full value. Let's go to 1. And then same with this one. 1. Now, it's weird that it shot out past the... But that's because of the... I don't know what, actually, but... So this makes like a flat into a ramp. Like this. With a little bit of a curve because of the sampling. And then, so it's like flat with a ramp. And in it is like a smooth ramp. To a bunch of staircases that all, but this is the overall shape. So it's about like getting creative between these. Now, can I make this taller? This window? This is so little like room to work in, but put one here. And this is where I need like that dynamic. I need like more resolution in here. Like I would need a ton of resolution to actually have those pop out like this. But it's kind of like this. I can't select 2 at once. Okay, that's fine. Something like this. Make those even. I need more resolution. But that's kind of popping it in there. And yeah, something like that. Something like this. It's actually curved the other way. And that's going back on itself. Yeah, almost. There we go. Yeah, that's weird that they're so close together. I need like more resolution on this. Oh, it's F. You can try playing around with different interpolation modes. Oh yeah, I should probably get out of linear into like B-spline or something. I don't see that doing a ton though. Do I have to like click on the handles, like alt click them or something? Can I make this bigger? I want to see like a huge view. I want to see this ramp like really big. Or are these the modes here? Are these them? I don't know what that is. But let's look at this ramped up. I want to see this ramp like gigantic. I don't know if that's possible. Like pop out into a full view. Or like double the height of it. Is this it? Maximize ramp? Is that going to do it? Hide controls. Oh! Oh, this is the view. Right here. Okay. Wow, that's a great. Can I zoom in? No. Oh, Jesus. Don't no. Oh, do I? Can I right click this and do set? Oh, I see. I see. Oh, I don't see. That didn't do it. I thought I was gonna right click that and turn that into a spline. So what if I switch this to Bez? No, I don't like Bezier. I want to do B splines. Can I make this a B spline? No, that's setting it globally. I don't get it. This is such a pleasant way to make splines. I like, oh! I just need more resolution. But let's give that a shot. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Let's go back out to the main situation and see what this looks like in context. Oh no. Why am I modifying channels? Cool. It's not exactly what I wanted, but wow. It don't look like the thing I wanted, but it's all within our control to fix it. So the depth is like just 0.1, puts it right. Okay, it does not put it against the wall. Interesting. And this overhang wants to be like, oh, it's 0. Oh, so it's the pediment. No, it's the What happens if I 0 this? It breaks. Yeah, it doesn't like that. What about 0.01? Interesting. Oh, it just disappeared into the thing. So it's actually this pediment ramp max. That's not a very good name for that, but whatever. That's more like calmed down to what it should be. So the overhang is actually not even needed because of the way that I actually need to inset though. I need to go into the overhang. It needs to go in, not over. I thought I was needing to overshoot it, but the way that this is beveled out, it's actually well beyond the width of the window already. Interpolation is per point. Oh, okay. You can poly reduce while preserving quads. Oh, so just like do like a ton of resolution and then reduce it at the end. Yeah, I suppose that's a very Houdini way. That's a good point. Well, there is a pediment, yeah. We do want to fill it. Is there like a clever way of filling this? Other than asking for this and that and doing it like across, like just selecting them by hand. Like, let me go back to the sweep would have like the money on it. Let me do... just so that I don't keep thinking it's doing something. Oh, wait a minute, but then we could use it, right? We could like use this ramp as well. And do, not that that looks good, but you could also, so like you would leave it like kind of full at the ends, but then like tweak it in at the middle. Wow. But there's literally no resolution across this right now to do that, but I could start to use this to tweak the pediment even more. We gotta give this thing a soft normals or a hard normals or something. We're gonna have to figure that out. No, no, no. Oh no. What's happening? Okay. I wanted to cap this, right? So is there like max stretch, scale, cross sections, quadra somethings, rotation? I don't see any output groups. Construction, compute UVs. Oh. I could like you UV the line and then you I don't know, I'll just do that at the end. It's okay. I don't see any output groups. Oh, backbone curve group, cross section group. Oh, that's if there's groups within the thing that you pass to it. I don't get any like. Let's solo this sweep for a second. Like the only way I know how to cap this is to just ask for these, like select these edges by hand. But then if I change the resolution, then that doesn't work though. Polyfill? It's polyfill, but then I need to give it like, well, I'll just try it. Okay, that looks almost good. Smooth, huh? So it's a little bit... Is that good? No, it has like kind of like a... It's like dented itself in. So autocomplete boundaries, reverse patches, no unique points, update normal points. Okay. Single polygon. Oh. Okay, that's not good. Triangles? Nope. Triangle fan. Interesting. Quadrilateral fan, quadrilaterals grid. That sounds like what you would want, but it's all rounded and crazy. Wow. Polyfill definitely works better across like one axis or something. No, there's this corner offset though, and there's this smooth parameter. So let me check out this quadrilateral grid. That seems like what you would want. What's this do? It smooths it. Huh. Let me just try regular quadrilateral and then not smooth it. Oh, that's almost it. There's some weird stuff going on in there. And there's output groups on this one. So let's try the grid one. Smoothing feels like we don't want to smooth at all, but then that looks crazy. Corner offsets. Oh no, this is full crazy out here. This is insane. It's too many things to form patch. These are weird. This is really weird. I am gonna, you know what, I can, at the minimum, I think if I hand select these two and bridge that, that'll help this out a whole lot. and then those edge numbers might not change. Like these vert numbers may not change if I do it. I don't know. Polyfill should work. I think polyfill across three different axes of this is like it's not happy. Let us delete this polyfill and try it. I'll just bring back a default one. I mean, the bottom's great. That's great, sort of. And then it gets funny up here. Though, nah, that's gross. So the bottom's perfect. So let me try. I didn't autocomplete. It defaults to quadrilaterals, which is good. I don't know. What if you use the single polygon option and then reverse patches? Oh, I'll try it. Yeah, that's a crazy ass polygon though, right? Because it's like, it has. How would you define the normal for it? It's because it's like 3 polyfills, right? Kind of like boundary group. Like I should basically like do like that. Like that's one of them. But we need to like split it. It's like because the normals are facing different directions. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. It's just we kind of need to pass it groups and only do that group. It didn't do the. Let me try that 1 second. How come that did the whole thing even though I passed it those groups? What's a boundary group? Let me try just like I thought like maybe actually I think the spline is actually this is the top of the spline because it got reversed. Nah, it's still doing like the whole situation. So we would need to like. Can I skin? I could skin it, right? That's what I'm thinking. Is like skinning that part and then doing it. Whoa. Oh, skin doesn't work that way. That's not what skin does. I thought it did though. I thought like I could pass it like. There's a way. It's not like exactly like this. I used skin when I was making the corrugated metal pieces. I had like 2 splines that were the same that were offset and I skinned them together. But this is already like geometry. I mean, it's definitely just like that's an easy quad. That's an easy quad. But then this one's like, yeah, it's a polyfill. It like has like a little bit of thinking and it looks like it can do it. It's just when it like wraps itself around 3 axes, it's like that polygon doesn't make any sense. Like it's like a circle. It's like a circle made out of like it's like a cylinder made out of 1 polygon. Oh no, I can't. I was gonna say I could just draw them as quads, but then it's like I have to like come in here and get this value to figure that out. So that's not very good. So I feel like I should be able to select this and that and just across it. I don't know. It's a group, right? Let me just try that for a little bit. Group. I mean, if this is where it ends, I'm happy. That's fine. Whatever. I'll come back and make it better. But let's grab this group. I'm going to grab edges. So this one. All we got to do. Let's see what numbers those are. 0 to 16, 32 to 48. Nah, so if we reparameterize, if we like change like this, it's going to get broken, right? Yeah. Yes, it's not parametric. It only works for this amount of resolution. Not so good. Go to polygons by group to bridge. Add go to polygons by group to bridge. Oh, is bridge a thing? Like a poly bridge or something? Oh, poly bridge. That sounds good. And so what do we throw in here? Is this a bounding box? Poly spline curve. Go to polygons by group to bridge. I'm lost on that one. I don't know what that is. But what do you send to this? Spline curve. What's this one? Geometry. Isn't this gonna like basically like loft this geometry across some sort of spline? Polybridge. So for this, if I don't change resolution, I can just do this through selections because that's going to be consistent. I could select this and then do like a whatever, select this and that one, but it will always, it'll break if we change the resolution. Yeah, so I don't know a great way of doing this. Because like at the end of the day, what is this? This is a line that got, the primitives got drawn here. But we're using the sweep node, so if the sweep doesn't have something for this, I'm kind of at a loss of what to do. Because like I feel like it would be at this point, it would be like, oh, cap. But what it's capping is this part here. Let me look at this again. Rotation order, full twist, partial apply, yaw. Like there's a lot of options in here. Let me see if there's something I can do. Second input cross section. Whoa. Well, it's clearly that first one, but okay. Quadrilaterals. Points. That's very interesting. Is you can just make it points. Hold on. Then rows. Whoa. Columns. Also whoa. So I could split this sweep off and use maybe one of these things to do it. Rows and columns. Wow. Wow. So with just these points, I could select the first 4 and the last 4 from these points and something those. So if I take this here sweep, let's put this back to normal. Quads. You're still connected, and in this case, that's nice. And then this one, let's switch you to points, and then I can do group by range. Let's delete this other group we have going here. I want the first 4. Maybe that's an assumption. I don't know if like what the first 4 are actually. So I feel like I selected all of them but that one, but the last 4. Okay, so the first 4 are down this way. So what actually it is, it's the nth subdivision. So it's like 1, however many subdivisions, this, however many subdivisions. So we want 1 out of the number of subdivisions. So that selects the top ones. And then we can, like, this group should be able to be, like, filled or something. Like, make that a polygon. Draw prim between these, that sort of thing. Place another module on the top and bottom. That's what I was thinking, but that's basically what this is. But I don't want, like, an easy way. Worst case, group by bounding box and use the height of your model to auto-position the box. Yeah. I think this is going to work, though. So I just selected the 4 top points, and then I can select the bottom points too, and I just have to draw the prims between them, which I don't remember how to do that, but I could probably just like, is there like draw quad, here's some points type of thing? But let me make this other group too. So this is group group top, you say pediment points top, and make another one of these. And we want this of this, right? Like this many of this many. Nope, that's not it. So we did one of that amount, and then we want, is it -1? Oh, it's a range. That's a range. Huh. I want like the nth one. So let's undo that. I'm gonna kill this for a second. I think it's one of these now. Wait. Start and end, relative start to end, start in length. Length. What is length? Equal length. What is length? Let me kill this. Length. What the fuck is that? 3 of... We basically want the... Let me try this. I want the last one. So this -1. That's the last one, sort of what length? What is length doing? That definitely grabbed the last one. Invert range. That's the... What is length? I don't get that. Length. Using the add node, you could make a prim out of the points. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. And then you do it by group, right? Yeah, okay, I'll try that. How do I select? It's the pediments resolution -1 a couple times. I can make an at wrangle that basically does that too. I was just trying to use this group node. It's not. I don't understand length all that well. So 1 of 16. Now, is this a sub-sort of this one? Like, so currently nothing is selected. What have I done? Start and end. Currently I have 1 of 1. If I make it 0 of 0, 0 of 1, and offset. Offset's just a forward offset. That's not going to do it. I'm pretty sure it's within this range filter here. It's going to be like... Well, it's this -1. Let me take this one back. How come nothing is selected? I thought like actually like this would do start and length. How come nothing is selected? It's because I even got into this at all. Of 1. It works perfectly for grabbing the first one. An invert. Damn it, I thought that was going to be it. I super thought that was it. Because right now it's selecting everything but the last one. Can I invert? Oh, this is it. Because this grabbed everything but the ones I want. So how do I get the inverse of this selection? It's not range. It's the inverse of this. So maybe it's... I don't know. I've selected everything... I don't know how to do that. I could get the first 3. That was pretty easy. After disconnected geometry separately. What the hell does that mean? Collision group edges. What does that mean? Oh no. Oh, I think I crashed it as well. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that does stuff. That was like running a loop across the whole thing. I should have just not done that. Well. Man, I hope I didn't lose too much, because this looks like a hard crash right here. Fun. Well, I selected the top. Man, how much am I going to lose for this? I hit save pretty frequently. Fuck. Okay. Peace out, Houdini. It's been super real. Careful with that button. Don't hit that one too. Unless you really, really want to. Connectivity one on a whatever node I'm on. I have the selection. It's the inverse of that. Maybe I can I don't know if there's like an inverse selection thing. You could blast the points. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, I'll do that. Cool, thank you. Yeah, I'll blast it. That's the inverse. That is, just blow it up. Okay, let's see how much we lost. Jesus. Wall window. What do we got here? Okay, that's still the pediment. That's good, because that's a big part of it. Now... Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna do this again. So this is easy. So this one, this sweep... No, is it a sweep? Yeah, it's a sweep. But then we're gonna make it points. And then I'm going to... Group. Nope. We're gonna group by range. Can't believe I didn't hit save in any of that whole time. It's rough. Okay, we want 1 out of... I lost all my parameters. This. That doesn't work anymore. Now what's going on here? Am I not viewing it? What happens? It's 1 out of that. Is it that minus 1? How did I get this before? Points. Ah, points. There it is. Lovely. That's the first one. Let's do an add. And do I have to tell it a group? I have to do like by group. Oh boy. So the order's crazy. What the hell? What the what? Closed. What? Let's look at these points again. We didn't do this right, apparently. It now. Why would it draw down? I that doesn't make doesn't make sense. I only see those ones selected. How come it's drawing like all that craziness? All points. Group of endpoints. By attribute? By... We're not grouping. Oh, I gotta pick the group. There it is. Group 1. No. Group this. All points. That's it. Closed. We drew a box. We drew a box. Let's name this. Group. Pediment. Top. Points. And then we're gonna blast that other one. Let's save. Yeah. Can I pull from this again, or do I need to make another sweep? I feel like I probably need to make another one, don't I? I can't just like pull out of here. Oh no, we can. Okay, so... Oh, but does the sweep... It's the group. Okay, so we're making another group. And we will merge these bottoms together. So in this case, we are selecting the this... -1. Yeah, okay. And we're going to name this group pediment top, group pediment bottom, almost. It's almost the selection. And we blast these things out of here. Group. The almost group. Are there points there? There they are. Hooray. Let me add these things. By group. Closed. Oh my god. It has been done. That was a bit of a journey. Merge. Merge. Who knows about the normals? Who knows? Oh my god. Those normals are flipped. I'll fix that later. Get yourself into the... What is it? Alt? Click. Into this merge. Wow, what is all this stuff? What is this? Was this all this node? What is this? I need to comment this. I don't know what this is. And we gotta flip these normals after... We'll do it at the end, I guess, because they're both flipped. No, you're fine. You're wrong. It's the top one. That one's fine. It's this top one. Here. No, not the soffit normals. Normal. Yeah, that one. Boink. Not that one. That's not what I meant to do actually at all. I want to reverse it. There we go. That's facing the right way. That's facing the right way. Holler. Let's look at the final. Was something templated? Is that what's going on? I'm like, what the hell is that? Uh-oh. You're in the wrong place. You're not being transformed. You have to be transformed. Is this that transform? What's this? Okay, so we merge here, transform after. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. We could like fuse them too. But whatever. Shouldn't matter. Damn it, what the hell? How come there's 4 of them? What did we do? Oh no. What happened? You might want to blast the unused points. Oh, did I not do that? Is that why there's 2 of them? How come there's 2 of them? How could such a thing happen? Well, it sure as hell is there. Oh, I see. That's why. I gave it 2. That's why. Get rid of these point numbers. Oh, it's lovely. Look at these pediments with bottom and top caps. How pretty. Now, it still doesn't look as good as this one. Because it's upside down. Can I reverse this? Tell me that's a reverse button. Oh, yeah. Hollow reverse button. That's why. Now, what? I gotta look at this again. Yeah, because the top part's the sticky out part, not the bottom part. Okay. So now it kind of makes sense. Like, kind of. Like, this is the bottom down there. So then I can grab this here. Oh. We're going to need to drop a normals on this thing that, like, does a little bit of thinking for us. Let's simplify the shape a little bit here. Can I grab 2 of these handles at once? I don't think I can. I'm gonna bring this up to here. Just want a little bit more. Okay, we need a little more height. Pediment height is 0.2. So we'll do 0.3. And then I'm going to scoot this stuff all up here. Okay, we need to come out a little bit more. So this value right now is 0.2. We'll make it 0.3. Here is going to be 0.3 as well. We want a little bit more than that. So we're going to do a... I can either make the whole thing stick out more or just that part. So like, do I like the overall shape of this? I think I do. So I'm going to make the pediment ramp max 0.2. Really pops it out. It's a little bit too wide. Oh, so that's the trade-off then, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So it's too wide now. I don't like how far out it goes. So never mind. We'll go back to 0.1. Maybe 0.15. That's an okay amount. And then pop these up just a little bit more. These parts here. So it's currently 0.3. We'll make it 0.4. 0.4. Wow, talk about like art directing the pediment now. It's just like, it's perfect. So much more. I think I like this so much better than actually clicking on points on like a grid. And I could like I could probably figure out the way to like fuse that together and bevel this edge or bevel down that edge, etc. Do I dare click? Oh, I never implemented bevel, but we could technically bevel this edge right here if I go and put this bevel on the actual source curve. It's just like it's just super crashy if you do it wrong. If you feed it a bad value, it's no good. Man, that's slick. That's some slick shit. I'm not gonna lie. It's 1 o'clock. I gotta go eat. I didn't think I was gonna have something that cool today. That's awesome. Holy shit. Thank you guys for the support on that, because yeah, there's definitely a lot of getting stuck points there. That's super cool. Wow. I didn't UV any of this stuff. I don't anticipate that being too hard, but I could just UV the whole shit at the end actually, but I want, this wall has to be done in a seamless tiling way, and the rest of these are, I mean, to be on, I mean, I guess it depends, like, how much you care about variety between the two. We could probably you'd have to commit to the final shape, send it out to Substance Painter, these as a unique, or, well, the whole thing is so damn parametric, you have to commit to something to pick something. Like, it's, what am I wrong about that? I guess I could UV one window and then stack them, and they're all the same. Or we could UV one window and then tile them. But you kind of need to commit to the texel density, so stacking them makes the most sense. It kind of changes depending on how many windows there are and if we're going to give them unique textures each. So depends on the final pipe for this. For me, what I would probably do is UV them the same. We UV one window and then stack them all on top of each other. This is just a planar UV unwrap, and I think with the Boolean we can ask for the inner edges that get created and just unwrap those. Though they're essentially, oh no, they're not. We do see them here. They're not covered. Like, this would be brick. Like, if this is brick, then that's brick too. So we do have to do somewhat of a clever grab of these inner parts. But this like pediment detail, that's pretty dope. So I'm gonna make a big wall real quick. Oh yeah, it's here. I like this as a preset. Can you save presets? Can I be like, save this one? I don't know, but make it twice as wide. That's pretty good looking too. We need our dude back to kind of look at this. I think this is ready to ship. I think this is, oh, I gotta UV it. Never mind, I gotta UV this. I'm still gonna do the final transform here. So, transform is not spelt that way. Okay. We just transform at half of its height. Positive. There we go. Off the ground. Or bounding box. I don't know how to use bounding box. So, 4x8. Pretty reasonable. Okay. Are we gonna break things? I'm gonna save this. I don't think there's any. Are there any? We didn't bevel anything. Like, what was what crashed it? I forget. Crashed twice. I don't think we're using any of those crashy variables though. So window width, dope. It's awesome. Oh, skinny windows. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my god. I'm never modeling anything by hand. This is the way. Skinny windows. Lots of skinny windows. That's so cool. That is so cool. And we have the number of these situations, the mullions. Oh my god. Like, they're all so different. Like, you get such like different feelings from like all of these. That's pretty, I think that's like exactly what it was in the beginning. Yeah, I'm not gonna change the mullion widths and stuff. I guess I could. On the offset. Looks crazy. Perfect. Perfect. Whoa. What was it? Like 0.02 or something? 2 centimeters? 3? 3 is pretty good. 3 is a little bit chunkier. That feels a little bit better. The sill depth, these things. Big. 0.15, 0.15. Nope, can't do that. 0.25 looks pretty good. And then the pediment controls. It took me a while to get here. I don't really want to F with these, but they're Fable. Can make them too wide. The demo looks better if you have less windows, basically. So I'll bring this down. Yeah, a 3 is gonna look a pretty good demo. Window width, and then we got the pediments. Now we can do this. Bring it back in. The height. That one costs a little bit more to recalculate the everything under it, or that triggers a lot of rebaking. 0.3 is what we arted to. Pediment depth will break if you go to 0, but you know, just don't. 0.01 is fine. It's just in the wall because I didn't outset it yet. 0.05. What did we do? 0.1. 0.1. Pediment bevel. We'll go delete that out of here. I'm not gonna play with the gods with this. Just get rid of that. No bevel. Not gonna fuck with the ramp. And pediment max. Oh yeah, so that's how much it sticks out. 0.15. And this is the resolution, so it's gonna keep the same shape. It's like kind of like doing a poly reduce. Kind of like 32. We get, oh whoa, it's so different at 32. Like it's all like inside of itself. Like it broke actually. So this has done, something's wrong with that broke so hard. But does 64 break it even more? Okay, so there's increments where it breaks, but it's like a bad poly reduce because it's like fixed. It's only even segments, whereas like a proper poly reduce would have, you'd have different segments. But 16 was pretty good. And then it has caps on it. It's not UV'd though. Though UVing is like the easiest thing at this point compared to all that, I think. The top side of the pediment has extra points inside of it. Might cause some UV. Does it? Because it didn't blast them away? Is that what we were talking about before? I'll go look at it. If I just hit like a nice size for this, I can put this in Cinder Tracer today. I forget what I was going to make. Oh, a school. I'm going to try to make a school. So in this case, I'll be baking like some interior things into it. But this will be like my master window wall, which is like a big part of buildings is this. So we could have eventually like an enumerator that's like, is this interior and exterior? If it's only interior, we slice off this half and just put a flat glass plane in there. If it's both, I leave them open for now. And then we'd have like, a trim board, which we're going to use this exact same pediment profile thing for the trim here, trim there, baseboard, all in their own sliders. And that's like most walls for what I'm doing. So this will be like able to generate most of the variations I want. Okay, I'll go look at the top part. You said the top and bottom parts have extra points in them. This thing? Well, I merged them all together. This? Oh, you're right. Yeah. Huh. Just this one too? That one blasted him away, right? Like this one's fine. They're all gone. But this one here, we need to blast out of this one, right? So we grouped, or I'll blast them before I add them. Kind of like this one. That was the order. This tree's a little bit confusing to me, actually. I don't remember exactly what that is, but so they're sharing a common sweep. They get grouped differently, and they have a blast, and then they do this. That one gets reversed and merged like here. Oh, this is a mess, but yeah. Okay, so we'll blast here. I broke it. So let's look at this group. We are sending. We made a group called these top points, and we want to invert that and then blast it. Can I do that? How it's set up at the moment, though, it's like, I think we did. Didn't that do it? Yeah. So there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add. What happened to my ad? Okay, what the heck? Group 1, what? Add, what's wrong with you? There is no group 1 now. I want whatever this made. Delete non-selected. Okay, wait, what? So then, this is not... There we go. Okay. There, so it works. So now we blasted away the friends. Is that the top or the bottom? Can't tell, what is that? That's the top. Okay, cool. So the normal's good. Okay, so the points are all gone now. We got rid of those craziness. I guess we could try to UV this thing real quick as we go. So we'll UV it before we do any transforming. That seems like the order. So how many parts do we have to UV? The frame, the mullions, the sill, and the pediment. So these are a little finicky. Like if you start to get into like really like tall dimensions, you can kind of break the way that I usually UV these. So I don't have like watertight, like perfect UVing. I just end up using the like the auto UV one. Works most of the time. You could always expose the parameters that would need to be tweaked depending on if you start to like make it super tall or something. Done. That's fine. More than done. That's perfect. But let's just double check it. So that's I like Houdini. Oh, it's kind of weird, but it depends on what kind of material I'm gonna end up using for this. But let's just put any UVs on it for now, and in Unreal Engine I'll just make it like concrete, just like a seamless concrete material. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I might try the old min though. Same or we crash? Huh. Usually this does stuff, but they're just all kind of similar. It's very interesting. So we're not doing like texel density yet. We'd have to like define a global texel density somewhere and then like get this thing's longest edge and then normalize it. But I'm not gonna do that. There might be even a node that's like texel density or something later. I guess you could unwrap all of them and then just do a UV layout of the ones you want. Nah, it can't actually. I'd have to still actually manually implement texel density, I think. So the sill, pretty sure I could just use this, like this exact same thing. I'll take it. That's fine for now. Just gonna keep copying this across. Auto UV, pretty good drug. Means I could probably just auto UV the whole thing right here. I'm pretty sure I could just auto UV it right out of the merge. Getting pretty confident about that. Though if I want to like implement texel density, I'd want to do them separately. But I don't care. I'll leave them here, but I'm just gonna bypass them. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh no. How do I get back to the stuff? Is it F? Oh, thank God. I lost my things. Just bypass it. I'm just gonna auto the whole thing at the end. Right here. Getting here. Getting there. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, it's gotta go to the copy to points. That's pretty good. I'll take it. Because now we have a uniform texel density for this entire... Now, what happened to the pediment? Oh, I bypassed the transform. Or not the sill. Okay, yeah, hold on. Let's get rid of this one, but the view. There we go. Okay, I was like, Jesus. I broke it. Yeah, auto UV, pretty good. Pretty fucking good. My God. To UV each one of these by hand? No more. Now, it still has a little bit of... There's still some stuff that could be like... Like, if you're picky, there's a lot of issues, but... Let's make it a 2048. And I like make this double like that. So this is now substance paintable. You'd have to, like, I would... You know, my OCD wants to have, like, certain things, like, flipped up, right? But, you know, this... We could bring this piece into Substance Painter, and if you kept that dimension, you could use it like multiple times, I think. I'm not sure. I haven't done a Substance Painter workflow out of this yet. But that's a hella fast UV of all these things right there. I shall take it. You could reduce it some more before UVing. Reduce this? This is pretty low poly. You mean this guy? The pediment? You want me to reduce this more? There's a couple faces in here that don't need to be, but I mean overall. Okay, so let's look at this merge. Okay, so this one's a little bit... It's got some bite to it because it needs to work for a seamless tile. And I haven't figured that out yet for... when they go non-square. When they're square, it's like you just unwrap it. It's really easy. Where are my params? So let's go ahead and make a square one. Drop the numbers of windows to 2. Technically even one window. The trick is selecting these edges in there. And I want to offset that window. We got work to do the inside too. Like if this becomes an interior window, I wouldn't expose it like this. I would put like all the regular window trimmings, at least as options. So this is the exterior dressing. So like this like rock sill and fancy exterior pediment. But then the inside is more like, you know, a normal sill, apron, and then a picture frame trim. That should be fairly easy. I think we basically could also just trim it by taking this edge that's generated and sweeping a curve across it. That would work. That'd be very... I could sweep this curve against it. It would look kind of weird, but... Just another one for the inside. Oh, the pediment? I suppose so. What's up, Aldo? So I'm just going to UV this wall. And... the blocks... So after the Boolean is when we want to get at this thing. This is the window offset. I should name that. I should name these what these transforms are doing. Like this brings it up. I don't know what that does actually. I don't know what that is, but we want to get it at here. We got to UV this thing so that it works with a seamless, a 1x1 tiling texture. And then I could ship this like tomorrow. Which I think I might push the update, the 5.1 update tomorrow. It's just the subway assets and some prefabs, and I fixed some stuff, and I actually added screen resolution, some very important resolution scalability setting I added into the settings. Should work a lot better for people that have slower computers. Or me playing in 4K with ray tracing on. So Boolean, what are we doing? I need some groups from you. I'm gonna need the inside. I want these faces as a selection that I'll then reblast, but it's kind of hard to, because the thing is like this. Oh no, do these change? How do I select that? How do I select this? Is the door is easy because I only had one door. This has like n number of windows, right? So it's like, how brutal are the face changes? So where's 0? I'm already screwed, right? If 0 is not on the edge, there's no way. Oh no, it is. 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. If those numbers don't change as you add windows, we're good. I can just select those forever. I kind of feel like that's not going to be the case though. Or we can do like a box selection where the boxes move depending on the a bounding box selection that are... The bounding boxes move based on the width. I don't want to do that, but... so if we change the number of windows... Is it still 0, 1, 2, 3? So we can perma select 0, 1, 2, 3 as a group. That will always be these outside edges. But that makes selecting the faces now kind of a thing, because this face number and this face number are always different depending on the number of windows. And of course these inner edges, they are very different. But at least I like that it goes, actually no, I think I'm wrong. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's always 4 and 5, I think. Right, so if I bring the windows, oh, that's not what I want. If I change the number of windows to 1, it's still 4 and 5. And if I go to 0, oh, that's, so 0 breaks it. Well, don't use this if there's no windows in it. That's interesting. So if you do 0, it changes the face number. But as I go up, so we can kind of cheese this. I can basically, I can select these by just directly selecting them, as long as there's always one window. So that's pretty good. So I can group these. I can group these outside edges by 0 to 3, and these are 4 and 5. And then the inner edges I can hopefully get from this Boolean. And I want the faces, right? So I want overlap. How do I get these then? How do I look at this? How do I check what this is? Create a group containing polygons from B that are enclosed. It's one of these ones. One of these groups is these inner edges. And I bet you there's even some math, considering that all these windows have 4 sides, to select these. Like 7, 11, 15, 8, 12, 16. It's being done in a formula, right? Like, so like the way that they number these faces and cut them out, there's a reason. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it goes side, side, bottom, top, side, side, bottom, top, side, side, bottom, top. I could select that with just a range group node. You go to 5. The first face is always 6. And then there's 4 faces, and you just forward iterate. Yeah, I could probably just use a reverse node to select each face, because they need to get UV'd on, like, all the faces on the same plane need to get UV'd the same way. It's pretty light. If I ever change it so that you can like make a curved top window, this all dies, of course, but like then this would be cleaner, because then I'd have those. But if we add a curved top, then planar projection's not the way I would go about it anyway, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. Blast by the group. Oh yeah, to look at it. Yeah. Okay. I have a way to select everything. I think we're gonna be okay. So we have our Boolean. I could technically UV this before the Boolean. And is there something with like Boolean like keep UVs? I don't think it breaks them. So let me try to UV this beforehand, because these face numbers don't change as long as there's one window. So we're gonna create some groups beforehand. Group, and they're just like, we're just calling them out by primitive names. So we're gonna call this, I actually gonna need a bunch. Wait a minute. I need like, I'm not gonna do the full. Wait, I UV this all 6 sides differently, but I'm just gonna do 3. I'll just do 3 of them. So we're gonna do group. We can add to the groups as we go. That's cool. So we're gonna do group X. Right. So this is gonna be group wall X faces. These are the walls that are facing X, positive or negative. And I'm gonna do a manual selection for now. I'm gonna do, that's not how things work. This one and this one. Damn it, I don't know the hotkeys. There we go. So those two. Those face numbers do not change as long as there's one window. Which fuck, this already doesn't work. So we can't. We have to do it after, because these face numbers are gonna change on me. I don't think those groups live on past the Boolean. Do they? I'm gonna do this grouping after. We're gonna group after. So this is gonna get kind of big. Or don't. You're templated. Oh, what the fuck? What did I do? That's where the Boolean is? What is this? What am I looking at? I don't want to see any of this stuff. Go back to being the other way. Okay, so group. I want to group after because then that guarantees that this is phase 5. So I deleted that group name, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to call this one group box, nope, wall faces on X. And then I need a positive and a negative one. Or maybe there's a smart way to flip the UV, I don't know. So this group, we want prims, and I'm just going to hand select it. We want face 4 and 5. 4, 5. Those get a planar UV unwrap. And we're going to make... Wait, did that actually select it? It did, right? Okay. I want another group. And this is group wall faces that face Z. Faces Z. We want primitives, group being this one and this one. And then we're going to add, we're going to continue to add to that group for these ones here. Don't be templated though. Okay, lost the selection. So we want to start this one and this one. And enter. So keep those. And then we need the one that is group. Group wall faces on Y. So then those are projection groups essentially. Now I need to go and select these two. I need to select the inner ones, add them to the groups, grab these ones, add them to this group procedurally, and then at the end I project all of them on a 1-to-1 space, and on a square wall they'll be perfectly UV'd for seamless textures. As soon as this goes not square, I need to like keep it square and figure out which way it's, is it wide or is it tall, and then the UV math has to be a little different. So the tricky part is going to be selecting, let's try to select the inner side groups, which are then going to be added to the group wall faces Z. So the group range node's pretty good. I think this could be done. So I think this is the first select, and then you do another one of those after, and don't click connectivity, or else bad things happen. I'm in like this transform. I don't like this thing. Can I hit escape and get out of that? There we go. Yeah, I like being in view. Okay, so now we're currently selecting everything. So we know that we want to offset. Interesting. So select by range. Does this do nothing at front? So one of, it's going to be something like that. So this offset will push us forward. That does not do what I thought it does. 1 of 4, offset 5 though, because like I want 1 of the 4, and it's going to keep looping through it. What is selected right now? It's this face, because the offset is 5. Is the offset 6? It is 6. Ooh, look at that. So we just selected that one using this range. That's perfect. That's super perfect, because eventually I want to split them like at that level, but okay. So we're going to have a lot of groups to get this to UV nicely. So now we're kind of like in these like window groups. So that just selected all of those. I'm assuming that works when we have only one window. It should. This all breaks if there's no windows, so we need to not do that. Then we're going to make, so we need to name this group, right? We're going to, oh no, what you can do is you can union with existing to an existing group. So union with existing, this is the Z one. We're adding this to the Z group. I didn't like that. Group 1, group wall faces Z is not a valid group, then why'd you let me pick it? Oh, I see. Like that. So that adds it. So now all those are there. Okay, so we're gonna do another. We gotta do this 4 times. So keep the add train going. So this one we want to. Let's just do replace so I can see what we're doing here. We're gonna go. Oh, this gets tricky. Okay, so how do I get to the next one? Because that's gonna select it. 1 of 4 offset. There's always one window. There's always one. And if we make it work for that one, this range filter just keeps iterating through it. So this could be an offset of 7, grabs the other side. This all breaks if there's no window. So we're gonna add that also to group Z faces union with existing. So now we have all the Z facing faces together. And then same thing for the other ones with the we're just incrementing offset. So then we're gonna take, let's do replace with existing. We're gonna offset to 8. That'll grab the bottom ones. And we're going to union with group Y. This one. Alright, so those. Nope, we grabbed this one somehow. This 0 face. It's not good. How did 0 get selected? I need to offset this out. Ooh, oh, this breaks it completely. Interesting. I need to go back into my thinking. We're going to pull offset back here. We're going to start at 6. Start at 6. Now, why are you selecting the top one? It's because you're a union. We start at 6, but then we offset from here to 1 of 4. That's perfect. Union with existing. I need to do that to this one too. I keep reselecting that first one. Okay. This is forcing me to understand this range node a little bit better. This is union with existing into faces Y. Starting at 6. Select 1 of 4. Offset 3. So now we have planar groups. Probably could be done by normal. Like flip, you know, do an @wrangle through all the polygons, all the prims, and sort them into like arrays by normal, but you know, a bunch of group nodes is pretty chill too. So that one's fine. Okay. So now let's see if we can UV project these like 4 groups we made, or 3 groups. There's 3. We did. So UV unwrap. That is not what we want. We want to take a group. So we have group of X, and we want to stack these with no spacing. Uniform, none. That's not it. Uniform. So we need to then UV stack them together. But I'll start like this. This is gonna work. This is pretty good. So this one we're gonna do the Y faces. That's super wrong. What the hell? Oh, I'm doing both. I see. I was like, what the? That's still wrong. What is this? Is that on top of it? I need to see it without this one. That is perfect. This worked beautifully. I just need to see them one at a time though. And then this one is going to be for Z, but not that one. Those are the inner faces. It's perfect. Oh my god. Stack these all together. And I need to stack UV1 before I get into here. So let's look at this one. UV stack. Oh, did you crash? Jesus. Now that is not what we wanted. Those are exactly the same. They should just be on top of each other. One way to do that is to project straight through, and not use an unwrap. Use a project linear one. If you're trying to select the flat faces, you could use group, and under the normal tab, which direction? Can you really do that under the normal tab? I think Z has a top plane in it. Yeah, it might. Oh, look. You can group and then ask for the normals. You said group. Use group and under the normal tab to select which direction you want to select things. Is it this? Insert before? No. Where's the normal tag? How do you do that? I was figuring I could do it in Vex pretty easily. I had this idea though about doing it because it's like numerically, but binormals is the way. We were trying to do it the other day. Where do you type in range by normal? Group? Oh, just regular group. Oh, let me see. Got caps lock on. Binormals. Oh, motherfucker. That's definitely the way. That's a good way too. That's a good way too. So we want to stack these together. So I guess I'll just project it. Just do like the UV one. There we go. So this works fine for square walls. It will not work otherwise. Oh, so it was just in the group node. I kept trying to do that the other day and I was using group by range. I think that's why. Yeah, so we could do group by normals instead of... It would be three regular groups instead of those sub ones. If we do it by normal and just pick a direction. Next time. That's good to know. Thanks. Yeah, we were looking for that. I think I was in a group range and I was like, I don't see it, just like I was before. So we could also just do it by normal with those three. Though this group by range worked too. And it also forced me to learn about this. Though this breaks if you have no windows. So definitely a better way is to do it by that way. Let me look at this final UV. I might switch it because that does sound like a better approach to it. It's hard to tell until we have a UV texture on it that has like direction and stuff. Okay. So because we projected through, one side's flipped. We can fix that if we make 6 groups. But if you look at this corner here, these side parts are lining up, like they're the same. These are lining up too, the inside UVs, and the bottom UVs, like this part here, they're off actually. Fuck. These are supposed to line up too, so this didn't work perfectly. So the inner ones are off. How's this top one? The tops are lined up. Those are lined up. It's these faces. Now these might have gotten, like you said, these might have gotten selected twice. How about these top ones? Okay, so I messed up the Z groups. So we should probably just go and select them by the normals. Though I'm still kind of happy I had to hack through the range way of doing it. So the group of the Z faces are not aligning here. So let's go look at those specifically. Those would be the last ones. This one. It's hard to look at just those. I'm not sure how to do that. how do I do this? I am going to do that. Oh yeah, we got some crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna go do it by normals. It's gonna be cleaner. Plus I want to see it, but I liked having to go through that range just a little bit there. Yeah, so we're doing it twice basically. I'm UVing these twice. This like you said, this one's included in this group, which shouldn't be, in the bottom probably is as well. Yeah. So we should do by normals. That'll be better. It'll be more generic too. Yeah, so we basically UV'd this twice. We projected this one and then did this one by accident as well. And these are probably fine. It just screwed that up. Okay, so let's do... Really, the grouping logic is fine, possibly. Oops, no. Not the grouping. The UVing is fine. It's the grouping is a little bit crazy here. So I'll keep these just in case, but it should work. Pull those out. So group X is now... Clear this. No, we want the name. We disabled that one. And we do my normals. Four. Uh-oh. Hey, what? Spread angle. Oh. Oh, wow. 90? Or 45? Probably 0, to be honest. Oh, how come it didn't grab the back one? Does that mean it has to be -1 too? Back face from? So -1? Oh, wow. That's good. That's what I was... Because I could break this into 6 groups right now this way. And then... Then I have to do 6 UVs of it. Okay, so I guess we're going to make 6 groups. So we'll do 1, grabs me the front group. I don't know how the UVing is going to work on this, but this is my first time doing it anyway. So then we'll do a bunch of these. These are basically... No, the name's just so good. It's going to be 6 group nodes and then 6 UV unwraps with us. And then no more... I don't have to stack the... I don't have to project that one. Spread angle 0. Yeah, so like it allows it to have like a gradient. Wow, that's amazing. It won't hurt us though, because all of ours are 90. But yeah, you're probably right. It's cleaner to keep it 0. So I have to make 6 of these and then 6 of the other ones, and then name them correctly. I also screwed up the math on the ranges, so those were like almost right. What am I doing here? This is a group, and we did a positive, so I'll make it 0 like you said. And this group name is now, let's just simplify this. It's going to say group W F, we'll say X pause, something like that. So we got 6 of these. And these are pretty much NG. I'll just rip them off just for now, but those aren't coming back into play. So we have 6 of these. Just make them all right now. I may not need 6. What am I doing 6 for? No, because I'm going to project them each from... If you do unwrap, unwrap does like an incredibly good job of picking the right axis to project it from. Like I don't have to like tell it. But if I did have to tell it, I would know now. I'd be like project from negative X, project from positive X, which I think is... I don't know if there's like a big difference. But anyway, so... this is group 1. Group 4 here is going to be negative. Union with the -1 group, but I actually want them to be. Then we get a flipped UV, so I actually do want them 6. They are slightly different. Might be overboard, but let me. I'm just gonna go down this path and see how it comes out. So this is gonna be X negative. Really, it's for these faces. The other ones don't matter as much, but like I want to project that. I want to UV unwrap that one. Then this one separately. The other ones don't matter as much. Like if this is backwards essentially, doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna kind of just keep going with it. So we'll just keep going down the axes. So we'll do 1. It's gonna grab these top faces. And this is Y pause. Does that make 6? I didn't. I only made 5. And then this one's going to be Y neg. So I just typed that into the... Oh, I see we're viewing this one. Y neg. That's the bottom faces. Cool. The Y negative faces. This one will be group Z pause. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And then the last one, group Z neg. If I can get this to keep it in the... If I can then normalize the UV after for all of these, I will use this a million times. Which I think we're going to get it. I do all of this by hand every single time in my end Blender. So there's a bunch of groups. So then we do... Because I'm trying to auto-normalize them, and this UV unwrap basically does that for me. So let's drop a quick shade at the top level, and I feel like pretty confident that this is just going to actually work out of the gate, but let's drop the projectile, because unwrap basically picks the... Well, we'll see. Unwrap picks the best projection angle, and then normalizes it, which is exactly what we want for now. So far this is not a real group anymore, and we want... Let's do X positive first, right? That makes sense. Perfect. And legible, right? That did do stuff in the inside. I don't know why those have anything, but whatever. We'll see if those get taken away. And then we'll do the next unwrap. I have a feeling this is gonna be an expensive node once I start changing everything. And we're gonna do a different group. We will do group X negative. Like that. So now both sides are legible and normalized 1-to-1. Hooray. So this is going great. And I remember I used to do this, I used to do that, do this exact same stuff, but just, manually in Blender, just like one by one. Grabbing each face, project, normalize, like. That was like a week ago. That wasn't that long ago. So this is gonna be just Y pause. That didn't work so well. What's up with this? Is this like not a group? Let me, did I spell something wrong? I think I spelled it wrong. There we go. Okay, so that's the top. That's aligned nicely. And this is not aligned. What am I doing wrong? That's the same problem as the other one. I'm gonna have to go look at... This needs to be... Something needs to get rotated. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup to that one. But it's still gonna work out. I'm just grouping them and then projecting them from their correct axis. It's not terrible. I want that to line up because it'll make bricks look a lot better. And because it should just work that way. So we'll do the Y neg here. Is that going to be the same problem down here? It is. It doesn't align. Now, this doesn't align, but these are being placed incorrectly. So I'm going to have to go in and grab those somehow. That's going to be rough. I don't know how I'm going to do that. So this didn't exactly work. We did 1, 2, 3. We have 2 more. Just grab both. And this is just going to be Z positive. And which one was I just selecting? This one. Wait. Y neg, Z pause. This will be Z neg. There we go. Okay, so now we did 6 faces like I wanted. So like this reads the right way. Like if there was a decal on the material, like you wouldn't want it to be flipped. That's the right way. Top edge is good. Side edges, bottom edges. The these two are fine, but these inner ones got projected off by a little bit based on where they're being placed, and it's probably because they're centered or something. So I need to go look at how Y is being UV'd. So that's these two. I don't know how you isolate them either. You could use a for each node. Oh, and choose them in Vex? Yeah, for sure. And just ask for the... I mean, that's what that group node is. That's what that group by normal is doing. So the reason that one isn't lining up is because it's stacked vertically, and it needs to be stacked horizontally. So we need to rotate 90. My guess is I need to take both of... Wait. These are the Z's. These are the Y's. I need to rotate both of these 90 from the center, which I don't really know how to do that, but so I don't know. I'm gonna delete this now. That was fun. I'm sure I'll be using groups in that way again, or whatever that was called, group by range. We're better friends now. They actually just made it a lot more confusing lining them up like this, but I need to take... I am going to take out these two. These are the Y's and debug them individually for now. So from here, let's just do one of them. Okay. So what we need to do... I see. They're also... Okay, so let's look at this unwrap. It's pretty good, but it's how they're positioned after. There might be a stack node for me here. Like the UV stack might work here. No padding. Where'd the long one go? Where's the long one? And why is it stacking? Why do I have any... Can you blast UVs? Can you kill all the UVs before this? I don't want it to touch all this other stuff. How is this happening? What's this group? Group Y pause. Were these set to add or something? Wait, these are replace, right? Replace, 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 replace. How does this have any UVs on it? Can I blast UVs? I want this to have nothing, so I can have... Because it's screwing this up here. UV transform to rotate UVs. Yeah, but it's actually they need to be in a line. It's a little bit more than that, like, because I want them to be placed where they should be. Like they should be like here, here, and here. UV stack isn't the way. Stacking is just gonna stack it. That's not quite right. How come these are placed correctly though? How come the... Let me kill this one for a second. How come the Z ones are fine? I'm super lost now. These are the Z ones. They're not, actually. It's just by luck that they look like they are. They're not aligned correctly. It's actually because the window is 2x1 that it appears like they're lined up correctly. They're not. What these need to be is these need to stack either on top of each other and be centered. Like I need to take these three, stack them, and then center them horizontally. That's a tough select. Given how we just grouped them. So the other way of grouping them would have been better for that, actually, because then I had I need a group now that's like whatever. This is like Z positive or Z negative, but of just the inner ones. Stack those, normalize them to this UV, center them here, and then they'll line up. But that's being pretty picky, so I'm gonna just move on. I can do that though. I know how to. This isn't the master one yet, but it's close, super close. I can get that. I can get those UVs in the perfect place. Eventually. Where'd you go? Oh, I connected. So that's pretty good. The texel densities are correct. By doing an unwrap that way, we have perfect texel density. They're just not placed properly. But if I go redo this, and I'll use that group by range the right way, I'll get each of these faces the right direction. They stack, they normalize to this texel density, and they center on, in this case, they center on Y. On this case, they... Ooh, that one's trickier. That's a harder one to get perfect. But at least they're the right texel density. But in most cases, this brick won't wrap around, so it's going to look kind of goofy. But only up close. From like here, you wouldn't know. But from here, you would. At 100% scale, you would notice. It would still probably be subtle, especially if you were like lighting it. Because almost in any case, when you light a window, light's coming in, it's dark. You probably wouldn't even know. But for the math of it, it's not perfect UVs, but we have texel density, and we have the main money faces that matter the most. This one, and these edges, they're perfect. It's these in the tops, right? Because like you see those very much, but the insides are not very good. But that's the unwrap for this thing. I just merged that back in, right? And so we have everything kind of UV'd. How long has this been today? 6 hours? Oh my god. Been going 6 hours. Let's kill this. That's a lot of UV unwrapping shit. There we go. Where's the pediments? There they are. Thank god. So pretty cool. Pretty happy with this. I definitely feel like I have more control over the whole process. I can do this better. I can do that perfect. Whoa, I can do this perfectly. I'll get those perfectly placed, just like I was doing it by hand. And so we have procedural pediments, which is like, I was just going to draw a curve. That's what I thought I was going to do. How big is this graph today? It's kind of spaced out crazy. This always like looks... I accidentally like right click something. It always looks worse than it is. Like it's not so bad. This is just like, UVing. But these are essentially details of the windows that all get then duplicated and transformed. This doesn't work. The pediments are crossing over. That's the copy in place, and that's just UVing the wall procedurally, which should be like its own piece eventually. So we will do, so it, again, like it's probably going to break if we, let me just do 2 windows. I don't know exactly what happens if we do 8. Yeah, so we're not preserving texel density. It's going to, it's hard to read it actually. What the hell is going on here? Let me look at where's the first UV unwrap? There it is. It's normalizing it across U, right? It's going to take its longest leg. It's going to take the longest side and normalize it. That's what like UV unwrap is doing. We then need to, knowing it's going to do that, we have to identify if it's a long or it's a tall piece, because it's in the tall version, it'll normalize it down. We then need to multiply it from this corner, the ratio between these two, and then it'll keep the texel density, and this will go out. Because if we did this in engine, you now have a different texel density. I can't remember. This would be, the bricks would have gotten bigger as the wall gets longer, so that's no good. So we need to come to every single one of those unwraps and basically multiply this UV times the ratio of these two legs, these two sides together. And in this case, it would be times, if it was a square object, it would be 1. So that's just going to be jumping in after each one of these and multiplying it by that ratio. But for now, as a demo, if we just keep it, I mean, most people aren't going to be able to read that, like as far as like making a demo of it, but I know it. And it's not shippable, but I also don't ship 4x8 walls either, so there's that. We just have to go back and multiply the texel density to keep it the same. So the demo it was moving pretty quick actually. I was moving some stuff around, but I can't make like a long wall and have that be pretty good. Does this break here? Oh no, we're good. That's good. Adds the window, 2, 3. We can then make them skinny. That's pretty fast. That's processing this very quickly. It's kind of hard to read it, but you can just imagine the amount of manual work it is to like regenerate these like this. And I'd rather die. That's why I don't have that many windows in the game, to be honest. So now the whole thing is procedural. And so one of the next steps is to cut this thing in half, have a different material assignment in here, baseboard, top board, chair board, all being driven by one of these procedural curves here, one of these guys, the ramps for the profiles like this. Very likely the edge weights on this thing are like real funny, so we gotta drop like I forget what it is. There's a node and you set the tolerance and it looks pretty good. The soft, the lab soft edges or whatever. We clean that up. All the rest of these are right angles. And I think the workflow for now is that this big face here, that just gets a substance designer material that's seamless. And then we basically, once you choose a window width and height and mullion, you just have to design a window. That's got to go to Substance Painter. It's the only way to get it into like full quality. And if we're loose about it, we just do unique placement UVs like this and throw it onto a texture. But like the more windows, the less texture density each one gets, or texture area each one gets. So they would all look kind of different. Like if you put like a wall with 2 next to a wall with 1, they're gonna have different textile densities. So it's kind of I'm not sure how to fix that. I guess it would be subtle, but I don't have that control yet that I would be able to keep them all the same. Yeah, I don't even know how to begin to do that. But we just commit to like I just bake one of these out and Substance Painter it basically. So this isn't like quite ready to go back to the engine. Honestly, the collision for this is just the wall. That's the good part. Even just the auto collision Unreal Engine will make will probably be okay, because it would just probably have like a little bit of this. Worst case, it would have like the collision too far out forward. But I can throw this thing to collision. You know, I should probably do is I want to make a switch for geometry that goes here, because if it's a facade, you don't want to see through it, obviously. And if it's an interior, for now I've been just not doing glass because transparency is so expensive. So this would work for now as an interior exterior, right? There's just nothing, we just see right through it. And if it's a facade, we could just in the window I'll just draw like a little plane there. It's one-sided. And so this came out great. This is much better than the day I did the door. The door, I like died in the middle of trying to figure out the collision. So to make this like a building though, I'll remake the door in this style. I can even give the door this exact same pediment. It would probably be fine. And what typically happens is I need a column, which that's super easy. We just make a column here, and then a level trim. This hides this decorates or hides the transition between the first floor and the second floor, and then from that point up you don't do level trims. And then at the very top you basically take the level trim and design it out with a couple like little ornate like mounts across it, and like profile a thing around it, and that can all be procedural. And it's all just like a profile of one of these curves at the top. So if I'm gonna make the full like Houdini building demo, this has to go a little bit further. So I gotta stick the window in it, and then those things, and then we could try like the building generator node. Though I don't do that for my game, but just to have done it would be pretty cool. Cause this is a long ass stream. Geez, 6 hours. I liked it though. That's like one of the most detailed windows I have, and it's like fully parametric. Cool. So I'm gonna go eat, and I don't think I'm gonna bring this back into the engine, but I'll make like a little like Twitter demo of the asset so far, just so I can kind of like rewatch it and see what I did. So thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. I'll be back. Oh yeah, we're here all week. I'm gonna try to launch the 5.1 update pretty soon. It's already pretty much ready to go. I just need to fix some other stuff, small stuff like what is it? I gotta package the train because it won't save currently. It's not serialized, and I simulated those drapes. They're technically in it, but they look garbage. So I just gotta clean those up a little bit. So I'll be back tomorrow. Peace.